Hello, my friends. David Snedeker here. Tapping into Hawk's system. So I'm looking forward to sharing with you the interview with David Rodriguez this morning, which is significant, I believe, and I think you'll enjoy it. I will be in and out of this broadcast, but I look forward to seeing some of you in the chat, and hope that I have this dialed in correctly. So as you let me make sure that I am dialing this in correctly. Yeah, we got 7 already, up to 22. Hello, everybody. Really good chat today with David Rodriguez, and got a little bit heated at times. But he did give permission to do it outside of Nino's corner. And so I'm doing this on his okay. And also it's up on ninoscorner.tv. And so let me share with you all. Hawk is not with us because his internet is down. So hopefully he'll be up and running, but I'll give him a holler on Signal just to let him know that we're up and running. And we're up on my Twitter at Dave Snedeker. We're up on Hawk's Mustard Seeds 22 on YouTube, and we are up on Hawk Marsden Facebook. So without further ado, this is a conversation about the the Q clock, the qofficial.net/password. Which is looking to the sky tonight. It looks like it's 1 hour, 5 minutes away. I believe that's been extended. I think it was about to go live at 8 o'clock. It's not the first time it's been extended, and quite honestly, don't know if how significant this is, other than the points that I'll make in the video that you'll see. Please share this out to all the Snedheds, all the mustard seeds. This will be, I believe, an interview that you'll want to see. And for those of you who are supporting Hawk, much thanks. For those of you that are supporting me, much thanks. And I will share the ability to do that if you so choose, but it's not necessary, especially for those who excuse me, are struggling like we all are. So but there you have it. And now I'm going to just run this, and also going to get this fired up. So please share this out. I'm looking forward to seeing if this is the real deal or not, in terms of this this queue. I'm going to show that to you, actually. Let me just pull this up. And that is, let me see here. I got a lot open, my friends. Here it is, right here. Let me just share that with you. And hold on, let me pull that up. So look to the sky again, worldwide green sky tonight. And it brings up Frazzle, DRIP. Which many of us know what that is. We're going to get into it with David Rodriguez shortly. And folks, if you know, if you're connected with some Snedheads, please get the word out about this broadcast right now. It's I think you're going to be glad you did, and I think you're going to be very glad that you saw it. Lots going on right now. We don't know if this is legit or not, but we're keeping our eye on it. But anything in my book that points to the corruption, and it just brings awareness, right? It brings awareness. It's like the Musk um, launch that brought awareness to the firmament. And if you saw that interview with David, you'll see that I broke that down quite extensively. And it also brought a lot of awareness to, what's being attempted here, um, and what we're finding out every single day. So, without further ado, let me set this back up and get you going, so that we can watch this and listen to this together. If you have, I'm going to be spending some time with my daughter tonight, so I don't know if I'm going to have time to come on after. But I look forward to your comments, and if you put your questions in the chat, certainly, especially towards the end, I'll make sure I'll get them, and then I'll come back on when it's convenient. If not tonight, I might have an opportunity to do so tonight as well, which I'd like to do. So I will try to do that. My friends, let me just set this up for you, and let me see here. And here we go. I need to pull that back over, I think. I had it all set up, but then I had to go and show you this Q clock countdown, and that threw me off. As you know, my friends, it's always an interesting journey with the head Sned when it comes to technology. I wish it was just all set up for me, and all I had to do was just come on and chat with you. But there's a lot more to it than that, especially with all of the shadow bans and so forth. And I seem to have lost my place here. Let me see. Unbelievable. This is really quite comical at this point. Let me see. Talk amongst yourselves. Here. Let's see. And I might have a camera on a little bit later as well. Screen sharing was canceled. Okay, I see that. And why is that? Why did that disappear? And would you all mind checking on Rumble to make sure that it's basically I sent a message there to send everybody to these places. So I'm not broadcasting on Rumble. So I see that is working. Okay, my friends, let me see here, and bear with me. Okay. I don't understand what happened there. Okay. And we're up over 106. Please share this out. Spread this out among everybody. Why is that? There it is. Okay, my friends, I've got it ready to roll for you. Here we go. Excuse me. And Share a tab instead to share audio. Oh, I see. It has to be a Brave tab to share the audio. So that would have not gone well. Got to pull it up in the tab. Okay. All right, my friends. Here we go. And let me just share that. Share screen. And there we go. Enjoy, my friends. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming at you live from the apocalypse. Oh, yeah. All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I got David Snedhead on my show once again because we were going to continue from what we were talking about last time. We went in so many different directions and down so many rabbit holes that, I mean, my audience really enjoyed it. I mean, it's cracking. It's cracking on Nino's Corner.tv. Today we were going to talk about Pizzagate. We were going to go into that and discuss that. I've just heard rumor right now. I haven't been able to validate it. There's a lot of Dems, man. There's a lot of Black Lives Matter people. One of the chapter leaders is backing Trump now. I just heard a rumor that Cuomo is backing. I don't know if this is true. Cuomo's backing Trump, but so much strangeness happening.
Michael Rappaport. Michael Rappaport.
Rappaport, and I think this, if I had to guess, this has to do with Pizzagate at the core. I think a lot of people are being reined in and maybe switching sides because they know what's best for them. I don't know. I'm guessing here. It's a guess, complete guess.
Yeah. Well, first off, my amazing loyal listeners that I've had for 5 years, they call themselves Snedheds. They call me the head Sned. But at any rate, I want to get into that. The craziness, the Rappaport, the Cuomo, these people that are coming out in support of Trump. And I think you bring up a good point there about the inevitability of what's transpiring right now. And I want to take us back. What I like to do with you each time is take us a step back to our last show and then go forward from there. Because what I want to show you from the last show, if you remember, which was 2 days ago, right? And I said we're days away from something major happening. You said, wait a minute, weeks, months? No, days. And I want to show you what went down since you and I talked, literally the next day. Okay. So let me share this with you.
Since this last interview that we just did a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This all went down since then. Okay. So you're seeing the U.S. debt clock, right? Yep. This is actually, I'm pulling this off our interview, as you can see, you and I up in the upper right-hand corner there. So what I showed was that this $10 bill, which has Washington on the front. It also has 10, 10, and then it has X and X on either side of the 10. And it's the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Department of the Treasury, which my friend Max corrected me, was not 2018, it was 2020 when Trump and Mnuchin took over the Fed and turned it over into the Treasury, okay? And what they're showing us is how the money supply increases, okay? And it's issued as credit and then spent into circulation. So, for example, what they're showing us here is the bridge to nowhere, or the train in California. And then That flips the pyramid upside down, which I showed.
What's the significance with the train in California?
Excuse me. That the money gets put into circulation through, the government, and then, all the builders, all the people involved, they get money, the corporations, right? It's issued into the system, right? It's put into the system. The Federal Reserve debt, this is the old system, okay? You got Hamilton on the $10 bill. And this is the United States Federal Reserve System. The money supply increase here went up to 3.79 trillion and came back down, and that's issued as debt through loans to you, to me, for a car, for a house, and it's loaned into circulation. But the top 1% are the ones that make all that money. Okay, and the bottom 40%, which is us at the bottom of the pyramid, we get less than 1%. Okay. And so this is the student loans, the credit cards, the whole bit. We don't benefit from those things. We benefit temporarily, but it's not a long-term solution, right? So this is the central bank model that if I'm going to take that off for a second, but also, by the way, that $1 that I showed you with Washington, that's the color of gold, right?
Right.
And that denotes an asset-backed currency. Now, that was the debt clock 2 days ago when we talked.
Okay.
So that system happened when Rothschild, who had a courier business all throughout Europe, and you and many of your listeners of mine already know this story, but I'll just do a quick brief of it. Basically, they knew, Rothschild knew that Napoleon fell at Waterloo, okay, that England won the battle and thus the war. But he got the news, and it could have gone either way, right? But he got the news, and he didn't tell anybody. But what he did was he told his brokers, his street guys. He said, sell everything on the stock exchange in London. Sell everything. And everybody saw his people selling. They knew that he knew what was going on. So they thought, oh my God, we lost the war. Sell, 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 right? The stock market crashed. At the end of the day, he bought up everything. The next morning is when everybody found out that England won against Napoleon and won the war. The stock market went through the roof. He was the only one with money. The Bank of England needed money from him. Okay. And so what he did was, this is the system. I'm going to loan you money. But you have to have collateral, and your collateral are your taxpayers, right? And so I can loan you money based on that tax revenue, but we're going to get money back from that tax revenue, and we're going to charge you interest on every dollar. And he sent his 5 sons out to Europe, all the banks of Europe. That was the beginning of the modern day central banking system, right? And then he basically took over. And every war that we've gone into, almost every single war, has been to install a Rothschild central bank. Rothschild also started the Federal Reserve Bank with Morgan, Vanderbilt, all that crew. The creature from Jekyll Island, they went down to Jekyll Island off South Carolina, off Georgia coast, and they had, fictitious names they used, the whole bit, and they got through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, right? So we are all debt slaves. Without question, we are slaves. And it is in many ways, but primarily debt. So what happened since you and I last talked? Gentleman by the name of Henry Kissinger died, right?
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Henry Kissinger was 100 years old. Okay. And now here's the other thing. A lot of times we know when we see something like this, we know that we know that he was probably dead before, and they waited to, share the news. Excuse me. But we don't have to get into that. It was just that's what sometimes happens. And when you start to understand that things are rolled out in a timely manner, just like the deep state does, right? And they'll invade Somalia because Bill Clinton's trying to get away from the scandal at home. These kind of things happen all the time where they bring out stuff, a state funeral to
You think that,
hide.
that Kissinger was a distraction from something else?
Not a distraction, an absolute marking point in human history.
Okay, so him dying at 100, I mean, he was 100. I mean,
yeah, but he's
people die
100
at
years
like
old. No, it's not
78.
like the guy's not going to die naturally. I'm not
Yeah,
saying they killed
exactly.
him necessarily, but I'm saying this guy could have been dead for, days, but they waited until they announced it. That's the only thing is
For what
I'm
purpose
saying they
though? Why
control the
would they?
release of the information, right?
But
But we
why?
don't even
Why
have to
with this
go.
guy? But why with him if he's 100? I mean, he's 100. He's gonna
Yeah,
die. He
yeah.
just went on a business trip to go see Z. I saw the video on that, so I think he's been alive.
My
I
point
think.
is not to bring up a conspiracy that he's been
Okay.
dead for months or anything like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that the timing of the things that happened, he could have died 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, whatever. It doesn't really matter. He's going to die at 100. It's not like, oh my God, it's a big conspiracy that they killed Kissinger. No, I don't believe that. Right. But what I'm saying is that on the day he died, okay. Now, first of all, I got to tell you a little bit about Kissinger. A lot of people know he was, a diplomat and the whole bit. But what a lot of people don't understand, are you seeing the U.S. dollar's role as the world's reserve currency?
Yes.
Okay. It was first established in 1944 with the Bretton Woods Agreement. Okay. Um, but then what happened, and you'll see Kissinger here with Nixon and the Saudi royal prince, okay, or at the king at the time, and so they basically made the deal that the U.S. Would sell military equipment to Saudi Arabia in return for oil trade being denominated in U.S. dollars. So all oil trade, okay, um, happened in through the U.S. dollar. That's why they call it the petrodollar, right? And since 1973, countries had to hold U.S. currency to purchase this oil. Okay, this encouraged the purchase of U.S. debt securities with U.S. cash reserves, a strategic system, which created a continuous demand for the U.S. dollar. Okay, because remember in 1971, Nixon took us off the gold standard. Okay, now I'm kind of going through. This is kind of like a 20,000 foot view or 30,000 foot view of this whole situation. We don't need to get into the nitty gritty of it, but just what's important to understand is the significance of this man, Henry Kissinger, and the way he called for a new world order. He, had many quotes about, the enslavement of us, the humanity, right? Control their oil supply, you control the people, you control their food, you control the people. He was one of the worst human beings on the planet when it comes to, he's one of these people who thought we were useless eaters, right? He's in the cabal. He's right up there. Here he is in 1973 making this deal with Saudi Arabia, okay, and then by 75, all the OPEC countries, decided to hold all transactions in US dollars. Okay. So that was the move to make sure that they secured the strength of US dollar. Okay. So Kissinger dies. Kissinger is part of, he's the one that negotiated this whole thing. Okay. On the same day, United Arab Emirates, give or take a day, officially stops using dollar for oil trades.
Mm.
Okay.
Oof.
That happened just before Kissinger's death.
Wow.
Okay. That takes us right to the debt clock that I showed you with that hidden window. Okay. That we are no longer under that system. Okay. And this makes it official. The death of Henry Kissinger is the death of the petrodollar, because he created it.
Wild.
Okay.
Jeez.
All right.
When was that?
Now,
Was 3 days ago, huh?
What's that?
That was 3 days ago.
Yeah. Yeah. This was all like right together with Kissinger going down. Now, this is the kind of thing that Q talks about, how many coincidences before mathematically impossible, right? This is one of those coincidences, right? And I'm not saying that Q predicted this or anything like that, but Q did tell us about, all the things about the central bank, about the Rothschilds. I also brought up a Q drop about the Rothschilds. Okay, on your show 2 days ago, I brought up the Q drop, and I told you the Y stands for the Rothschilds. That would take probably an hour with you to show you why that is. No pun intended. But the Y, okay. So I mentioned Rothschilds on your show, and then this happens, and what we're seeing here is the death of the petrodollar, but also the death of the Federal Reserve. Okay. You go to the debt clock now. Let me close the window, right? And up here in the right-hand corner.
Is it going backwards?
It is not going backwards. There needs to be a significant, this next step is going to be,
I see the numbers going in reverse. What are you talking about?
What's that?
Or am I? Okay, so I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm seeing things. Sorry.
Yeah, this is hard. You got to spend some time with the debt clock to really get a handle on it. But let me just go to the window, the secret window, and I'm going to open that. Okay. And it says, enter at your own risk of enlightenment. And it's Dorothy and the Yellow Brick Road. Debt Money City, okay, the Yellow Brick Road led to the Emerald City, okay. The gold Yellow Brick Road led to a city that was false, that was green, that was led by a wizard behind a curtain with a bunch of machinations, okay. The U.S. Federal Reserve System that was set up by private bankers, by the Rothschilds, okay. And by the way, take a little look at the ruby slippers, right? I know you've dialed into the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, what is this? There's a white slipper and a red slipper.
Silver and ruby, right? And some people remember it as, they were silver. Some people remember it as red.
What are you talking about? Red.
So
ruby red slippers.
What's that?
Or ruby red slippers.
Yeah.
What are you telling me? There's one silver, one's red now?
Yeah, that's what the way they have it here. But there's some in the Mandela I think this is one of the Mandela effects that people remember it differently, right? Like we're in different timelines or what have you. But again, that's a whole nother, opening up a can of worms, right? When I'm trying to just kind of get to some of the basics here. So this is on the debt clock. Okay. So what's happening here is we are shifting into a new monetary system, right? And the BRICS nations, right? And I mentioned this on the show, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. There are over 200 countries that have already signed on to BRICS. Okay. But all those nations, the top nations, were all involved in the capitulation tour that Trump went on,
right,
to get everybody on board. Okay. But the important thing to remember, as we're, hearing about, home prices crashing and rents, crashing and people having tough, really difficult times, and people in their 70s working at Walmart because they have to, and, people working 2, 3, 4 jobs just to get by. We have to understand that in order for a seed to grow, it must self-destruct. And that is what is happening to our financial situation right now in the world.
right.
It
And we've
is
always known
self-destructing.
that's what's going to happen first before Trump can be reinserted or put back in office. Right. This has to happen. The financial collapse has to happen first.
Yeah.
Then we go to the new system. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. And just like they've done problem reaction
So how are
solution.
we going to fund these wars in Ukraine and Israel? I mean, that's going to be game over as well.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
There's no way we get funded anymore.
Yeah, and we've already stopped. We're already pulling back, those types of things to show, because what we have to show to the people is that, oh my gosh, this is going to be, we've been funding Ukraine, and look at the information that's coming out. He's buying yachts, right? Zelensky, we're funding Israel, and they're leveling Gaza and killing innocent people. And now we're finding out, we found out right away, but we're finding out that Israel knew about it a year in advance, right? We know that Israel funded Hamas. We know that Khazarian Mafia is responsible for Israel. Q said we're saving Israel for last. Who started Israel? The Rothschilds. Rothschilds, through the UN, funded and created Israel. And this is what we're seeing.
So how do you think this is going to affect the direction they're trying to take the world right now with World War III? Do you think it's just going to fizzle out, or do you think we are going to come to a nuclear scare type of event? The things are going to intensify, escalate. Well, how do you see this playing out now that this has happened?
Well, I think that we're still going to, you're going to see the Iraq has pulled people out of the embassies, out of the country. Iraq is going to revalue its dinar. A lot of people are buying dinar, and I don't give financial advice, and I certainly, if you knew my situation, the last person you should be taking financial advice from right now is David Snedeker. So I don't offer that. But what I will tell you is a lot of people are buying Iraqi dinar, and they have been for a long time. Like I've bought dinar in the past, and because of the revaluation is going to be of benefit to, that's what people believe, that the revaluation is going to be to
the
benefit.
other thing people can do is buy gold and silver and hold on to that.
Yeah.
I think that's
and by the way, look at what's happening to gold and silver, right? It's going up.
Roof, right?
I know you offer gold and silver options. I offer gold and silver options.
What has it jumped up to?
Um, I just looked last night. A silver. I'm sorry, a gold piece, 1 ounce has risen, I believe, by over $100. And the silver has increased in the past couple weeks. I think has increased about $400 for a 100 ounce bar. By the way, that's just what I looked up. So I haven't.
How much?
Looked
Can
up.
you say that again?
So I think the gold went up about $100 in the past, I want to say 2 weeks, and a silver bar has gone up, 100 ounce silver bar, and that's 1 ounce gold, 100 ounce silver bar, I think has gone up about 400.
So we can effectively say right now the dollar is dead. It's done.
That's been my view for quite some time. And yeah.
Let's take this into another direction with Pizzagate. Okay, the dollar's dead. We know what's coming. Financial collapse is on its way. Let's pivot now into what's happening with Pizzagate.
Great. And by the way, I think it's a natural pivot. And I'll tell you why. Now, I'm going to take you to this clock that a lot of people are saying, is bogus. And it was hold on one sec. Do you see this clock here?
Yeah.
Okay. So remember, I was saying that this is a countdown, and so some people are paying attention to it, some people are not. Some people pay attention to Q.
Hold on. Not. A few people have sent me this. This is the live countdown right now.
Yeah.
So we have 7 hours, 52 minutes, and 7. What is this a countdown to, in your opinion?
So when it counted down, the first countdown ended at the time of what I just showed you, Kissinger and UAE. Okay. Then they redid it for another couple days out to today. And what they did was they showed us this. This is where that links to. Okay. And it's frazzle drip, right? Then you know what that is, right?
What are you saying? They're going to arrest Hillary?
I'm saying that, yeah, it's like I said, I've mentioned too that I've always felt that it was going to be Hillary as the first arrest because she was the first one mentioned.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm going to let my audience know this was my marker I was looking for. Dave, I'll tell you right now, I've had extensive conversations with Juan about this. Okay. About Hillary being there for the first arrest and when it's going to happen. And this is lining up with everything.
Okay.
Not even.
So what I think is going to happen.
Do you think this countdown is a countdown to her arrest?
I think this countdown, well, let's look at it this way. And let me get this back up. I think right now you could see this video on the dark web. Okay, and
let me just tell my audience, this is a video. Many people have heard about this. Maybe my audience has or has not, where she's torching a small girl around the ages from 7 to 9 years old, somewhere in a forest with Uma Abedin, correct?
Yeah.
Uma Abedin, where they're peeling the girl's face off, or they're taking the girl's face off surgically while she is alive and asking for them to kill her. The child is begging for her death. And supposedly the allegations are, from what I have heard, and I have not seen this video firsthand. So these are just,
I haven't either, by the way.
Okay. So this is just what is heard in rumors. So I can only go on that, folks, but I've heard from very credible sources that this is real. They're torturing a child, and it looks like somewhere in California or upstate New York, somewhere like that, and doing some kind of ritual sacrifice with the child and eating her adrenal or pituitary gland. Am I right in saying? Am I right on board
Well,
here?
I don't
Walnut
know all the
sauce.
details. I do know that they wore her face
Correct. They wore her face.
and
They took off
showed
her
her.
face and wore it
Okay.
around like
And
that.
that has also been linked. I mean, even talking about this, David, is messed up, right?
Yeah,
Like
I mean, but we
I
have
have a
to state
friend,
that.
I have friends that have seen it, by the way, that haven't slept since they've seen it.
Well, I think about
This was
9
the
of the
video.
NYPD, FBI
I was
agents
just
that
gonna
saw the
say,
video,
yeah,
yeah, they're
this
suicided.
this was the video, excuse me, that was on Anthony Weiner's laptop under titled insurance, right? That seasoned NYPD cops, detectives saw it and threw up. And by the way, the deaths of those officers that have been deemed suicide need to be investigated. Okay. Because they knew they were going to spill the whole thing. Okay. And what's important to understand too is that all came out of the Southern District of New York, and that has been heavily controlled by the deep state. Okay. And that's why it never saw the light of day between the SDNY and the FBI. Okay. So, but people have been able to see this video on the dark web. Now, this countdown, excuse me, I don't need this countdown to tell you that this is all coming to light, because what we're
But hold
seeing.
on, we're
Yeah.
speculating here that this is a countdown to Hillary's arrest. We do not know that. I have to
Right.
state that. I cannot, I can't go, oh, this is just speculation.
And by the way, I'm not necessarily saying that this is the countdown to her arrest so much as it's the countdown to the reveal of Frazzle Drip. Are you with
You
me?
think they're going to show this somewhere on some kind of?
I think that they're going to put it up in such a way that people are either going to see it, or they're going to try to see it and know they can't, and other people will tell them what it is, and it will expose Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin, right? And then, of course, then it'll follow with, I believe, an arrest. Now, it could be that she's still not arrested, and I'll tell you why. And I'm not kind of backing out of what I'm saying here. Let's talk about Pizzagate for 1 second. Step away from this, okay? All right. Many years ago, a gentleman by the name of Andrew Breitbart tweeted about John Podesta. And he said, for the life of me, I do not understand why John Podesta has not been arrested for a child trafficking sex ring. He was, we believe, murdered within the next year. Okay.
Podesta.
What's that?
Podesta was. Oh, that guy was.
Andrew Breitbart, who
Yes.
is, who launched that's Breitbart News, right?
Yeah.
And he was a real patriot. I believe that, some people, but I believe he was the real deal. We also know that Podesta said we need to make an example of whoever stole the DNC files, right? Which was Seth Rich, right? And he was murdered within days after Podesta saying that. Okay. Pizzagate has come around in the news and on Twitter primarily, okay, back into the public consciousness after we covered this 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe off. I haven't looked it up.
It's back in the news again, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's back at a time, excuse me, at a time when people are ready for it now. See, they weren't ready for it before. I was like trying to tell the world about this. I've been trying to tell the world about Hillary Clinton for 18 years.
So have I.
Okay, longer,
Yeah.
because
Oh no,
I watched
the last 5 years for me. But go ahead.
okay, I watched Clinton Chronicles when they were running for office. And I was telling people Bill Clinton has been running drugs through Mena, Arkansas for George Herbert Walker Bush, who was the head of the CIA at the time. And there were deaths surrounding Mena, boys that uncovered it, that were murdered on the tracks. The state troopers that not only were murdered while Clinton was a governor, but also after he became president. And they sent some of those troopers into Waco, and they killed them at Waco to silence them. And the Clinton body count that's been happening. So this has been going on for a very long time. We all know that. But when Pizzagate came up and I started, talking about, okay, guys, listen, this is what's really going on and everything. And then you have people like Megyn Kelly bringing James Elliott. First of all, they sent a guy in, he shot the computer. That was an MK Ultra plant, I believe. And so now you've made the owner of a pizza restaurant, instead of accountable for his ridiculously horrendous Instagram posts about children and babies and just, and the sex stains and the people that played music at Comet Ping Pong, the artwork on the walls that are demonic and show child sex acts. I mean, there was so much evidence there. The FBI never looked into it. Why? Well, Q has been telling us that the three-letter agencies are absolutely corrupt for a very long time. Okay, since Q started. All right. And Q has said the top 1% of each organization. There are people out there in the FBI that I think are doing, really, they think they're doing a good thing, and they are doing good things. They're putting away some bad people. No question about it.
Good people in a bad system.
Q says 1% at the top. That's just 1% of each organization are the bad apples that control it. And as we know, these are very segregated organizations, just like the military, right? Like if you're an artillery guy in the military and I'm an infantryman, you know stuff that I'll never know. And I know stuff that you'll never know. And that's the way they keep it, right? And then our general knows what each of us are doing and then ties it together. But you and I, we have no clue. We don't even know each other's names, for example, right? So that's the way they run these organizations, so that one person can't take down the whole thing. That's why when you get somebody like Julian Assange, you got to silence him. You get somebody like Seth Rich, you got to silence him. All right. Countless numbers. All the Clinton body count, you got to silence them. All right. So Pizzagate, Megyn Kelly, Fox News, comes out, does a big interview with James Elefantis, makes him a victim, makes people feel sorry for this guy who, Gentleman's Quarterly mentioned him as a top 50 most powerful people in DC as a pizza store owner, right? She makes him a victim for this guy coming and shooting his computer that they set up, making him the victim. She does this interview, softball lobs, makes him a victim. No accountability, no questions about his Instagram posts, no questions about the bands that show up at his restaurant, no questions about the artwork, no questions about, he said there was no basement. Meanwhile, there was an interview where he said they make the tomatoes, they grow the tomatoes in the basement. None, no challenge to him whatsoever. What happens with Megyn Kelly? Within a month or so, she gets offered $20 million from NBC. Why? Because she did her job. She did her role. she got rewarded for that. That's what we see across the board. So she goes to NBC, but the problem is nobody likes her anymore. So she can't get any foundation there. So then she comes back to the right as if she's like, all is good, So she's not to be trusted. She's absolutely controlled. Okay. That's why I say, Fox, don't listen to Fox people. Don't let the Fox into the hen house, because these people are controlled, and they are controlled opposition, and they are telling us 9 things that we want to hear so that they can slip in that 10th.
Yep.
Okay. And that's the way it works. So now you have Pizzagate coming to the forefront again on, excuse me, on X, right? And it's trending. Actually, it wasn't trending. And so people were challenging Musk and asking him, why isn't he allowing Pizzagate to trend? And this is all about, Pizzagate. Obama drug feud, gay orgy, wins presidency, becomes senator, Paris sex club, all these things are coming out about Obama, Clinton, Podesta, which was using all these key FBI code words for pedophilia.
But it's still not trending, correct?
It is
What's
not.
this with Adam Sandler?
But but you know what is trending, by the way, is Epstein Island. This is Adam Sandler talking about pizza. I know Adam. I've played basketball with Adam, but he knows me, but I've never gotten into his world. I don't know if he's, corrupt or anything. It's like, it's one of those things where, I know Adam Sandler, he's a nice guy,
So are you telling me right now, X is being flooded with Pizzagate memes and
this is
Liz
it.
Crokin.
Liz Crokin. This is Ben Swan did a great piece on this years ago. And he disappeared for a while, like in terms of like they made him, a non-factor for a while. These are all the pedogate symbolism. This is, this is all Pizzagate stuff, dude. This is all, and it's all on X, and it's all within the past couple days. Okay. This is a Pizzagate video from 2016. This is one of the bands, okay, in Pizzagate that played, and you see that backdrop, and Podesta says still in torture chamber, and then you see the exact same. This is really creepy, man. You hear John Podesta yelling and torturing a child.
Yeah, can you play that?
You want me to?
Yeah, okay. I want my audience to hear this. He's playing. Okay. He's Skippy.
This is about 2 minutes long.
Bro. You got to put.
This is about 2 minutes long, and I'll play it here.
Put volume.
Oh yeah. Let me go back to that then.
Yeah, you got to put the sound in.
Share sound. Thank you, brother.
This is. I don't find this anywhere. I heard this for years ago, and I have not been able to find it since.
And I could go back to the Ben Swan interview as well, but this is what you're watching right now is a band at Comet Pizza. Okay. All right. And then you'll see the similar lighting.
I don't hear it.
It's very low.
No, you can't
Still
hear
in
it.
torture chamber. That was a John Podesta email.
Yeah, but I cannot hear it. Did you enable the sound?
How about now? I did enable the sound. Let me try that again. Share sound. Optimize for share sound. Let me try this. It's very low at start. Do you hear the music?
can't talk to you. You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Hey! Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. And little boys. And children.
I think I was his manager. We all have preferences. Anyway.
Dude, that makes me sick.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's why I'm not gonna watch Frazzle Drip. I don't watch much of this stuff because it's vexatious to our spirit.
Yeah.
And
but in
and
order to get these motherfuckers and wake people up, you gotta watch it at least once. However you deal with it, you gotta know what's going on. You gotta know, because otherwise we never take care of this. You gotta look at these demons in their fucking face.
Here's what I say, David, is that when we know that there's a rabbit hole there, we don't have to keep going down, go farther and farther and farther, because then we lose the light, right? This was the Buckingham Palace thing when the naked boy was trying to get out of the Buckingham Palace. Remember that?
He's hanging off a bedsheet or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, what was he doing? He was
hanging from a bedsheet. He was trying to climb out.
Are you showing it or?
I'm naken.
See right there? And it drops.
Why are they laughing?
Because
they had no idea. They
have no idea, and this is the way it's right in front of us. It's in plain sight. That's why they could have it at a pizza joint. That's why they could do what they've done. That's why they can get away with it, because it's in plain sight. They hide in plain sight. They use all the terminology in discussing, all these terrible acts that they're doing. This is inside a real Comet ping pong pedophile party.
Day, especially in January, it is the day of the birth of our Lord.
You hear that?
Sasha, Lord. Sasha, you're here.
I need to make
I
sure.
can't even make out what this creep is saying.
Yeah, I am sharing sound. Okay.
I hear it. I don't know if I want to watch
the birth of our Lord.
So this is basically that group Sex Stains.
So this is on X right now.
This is on X. This is all on X.
Videos are on X right now.
Yep. And
all of this stuff you just showed is on X. Trending? They're not trending, but they're on X.
Yep. Just type in
how many views does it have?
Pound Pizzagate documentary. That one that I just shared, 667,000.
That's 667,000 right there. So it's picking up.
Yeah. The one I showed you earlier is 6.3 million, I think.
With Podesta?
No, with Podesta, that was 6.3 thousand. Sorry.
So, and this is just in the last couple of days?
Yep.
So this is on fire.
This is on fire, dude. This is on fire. And it's but I'll tell you what else is trending today, okay? And that is Epstein Island is trending. This is Ben Swan. This is 2 minutes. This is worth a quick review. And again, I want to reiterate, okay? this stuff was being taken down left and right because I was trying to share it when it came out.
Not anymore. It's open to everybody now.
Yeah, now everybody can see it because the white hats are in control of Twitter. They were before Elon. They brought Elon in. They're using Elon. They've made a deal with Elon, I believe, based on his past transgressions, and he's the one that's bringing this, or he's the face of this.
Unclassified FBI document. That document, according to the FBI, contains commonly used symbols by pedophiles to express their preference in children.
Can you hear okay?
These images here. These are the images. Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza.
This is Ben Swan.
Pizza. Well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago. Clearly, you can see
is he still alive?
Logo actually contains the same image. I'm going to show you again as that boy.
But they shut him down for a while.
Interestingly, after Pizzagate investigators pointed this out, Besta Pizza changed their logo, and there it is now. They removed the triangle. Also, Comet Ping Pong, owned by Alphantis, is the place where a number of performance artists perform regularly. Two of the groups that perform there, who you can see advertised, by the way, on this Comet Ping Pong poster, include a group called Heavy Breathing and another group called Sex Stains. Well, if you check out the YouTube videos by these bands, Heavy Breathing has songs that do joke about pedophilia, and the band Sex Stains has a video that includes, and you see it right there, that same boy lover symbol. It's nearly identical to the one that the FBI does say is a pedophile code symbol for boy love. As I said, there are some strange things there. As for the owner of the pizza place, James Alphantis, well, he was one time in a relationship with David Brock, who ran Media Matters for America. Well, since Pizzagate began to blow up.
By the way, let me add, James Alphantis, his ex-boyfriend was David Brock. They're very close with John and Tony Podesta. David Brock ran Media Matters for George Soros, and now Alex Soros as well. Media Matters is the one, the group that tried to, take Elon down by pulling, getting, Apple and Disney to pull all advertising, okay, from Twitter, right? And you've seen Elon, right, talking about that.
File Jimmy Comet private, but an archive search of Instagram reveals a number of strange photographs and words with strange and disturbing images associated with them. Look, to the point where we can't show you those pictures. We're not even going to describe them to you because some viewers would find it too disturbing to share on TV. Now let's talk about the Podesta brothers, because remember, it was John Podesta's email that was hacked. In those leaked Podesta emails, John Podesta talks about his close relationship with Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who was recently sentenced to 15 months in prison for abusing boys years ago. He was referred to by the judge as a serial child molester. According to the Washington Post, visitors to Tony Podesta's home in
So it stops there. It gets in a little bit more. I'm going to see if there's probably one right below it. It's part 2. But the way they do this, right, is you've got somebody like Dennis Hastert, right, who was taken out by, he was, basically they showed that he was a serial pedophile. He was tried, convicted, and is, I believe, still in prison.
And Podesta's good friend.
Podesta's good friend. But that's an example of how they sacrifice these people to make the population think that they're taking care of these people. Like they're not letting these people hang around anymore.
Yeah.
Like we're taking care of business.
It's kind of like the same logic as like the drug shipments that come through the border. Every now and then they pop a drug shipment to make it look like they're doing something.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, they're not at all.
Right.
That by the way, that is, I don't see the rest of that Ben Swan, but he was fired. Ben Swan was fired off this. I believe this was a local, some kind of local show. that he
Doesn't he have his own show now?
he does now. Yeah, I believe so.
I want to say that he was in El Paso at one time, but I'm not sure. That he used to work at the news station there, but I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So, you know, that's an example. He was fired. All of us that were trying to get this word out were taken down. We lost our accounts.
I did too. I got bombed
banned.
I shared Liz Crokin in a video, in an interview, and we talked about this, and I got bombed on Facebook immediately.
Yep, exactly. And so, meanwhile, Facebook and Instagram have allowed, you know, pedophilia and child sex,
Exploitation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so so Ben Swan is where is he now? I think he's with RT actually. Yeah, I think he's with RT. So this is all reemerging at a time when people are ready for it. And the X isn't controlled by the same people that we're trying to expose. Okay. And so this is all coming to a head. Podesta doesn't go down without Hillary Clinton. This was
and that's what I've been told. So I'm just trying to think. This is we're assuming that this is what this countdown's about, correct? We're speculating. We're not sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I got to make that clear for my audience, and we're not sure. We're just speculating, correct?
So when I shared, you know, when I shared the whole Firmament thing, right? It was because I was tracking things that I trust. I have, as much as possible, when we're in this fight and we're trying to find the good information, I try to rely on myself as much as possible to be discerning and to find that out. The minute we take information from somebody else, we're handing over our brain. We're handing over our mind. And I want us to use our minds. And what I've followed all along, no outside comms with Q. Q mentioned 3 dates. That was it. And that was a long time ago. And 2 of those dates were military code, the military law manual. Only 1 date was specifically a date that was
Hillary
prediction.
Clinton's arrest.
That was Hillary Clinton's arrest.
And that would have had to have happened this last time. This last. Right?
Yeah. October 31st. And now they said 2017. Okay. But October 31st. Now, the other thing is that
on a Monday or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That would have landed this last October.
I'll pull it up real quick.
Horrific, man.
October 28th, it was actually the first and second post, because the first one was Hillary Clinton will be arrested between 7:45 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, the morning on October 30th, 2017. HRC extradition already in motion, effective yesterday, with several countries in case of cross-border run. Passport approved to be flagged, effective 10:30 at 12:01 a.m. A year was not given here. Expect massive riots.
Or very specific, saying that October 30th, 2017. That never happened. I mean, let's be honest here. That did not happen.
Well, no, it did not happen. But what I'm getting at here is it did not happen to our knowledge, right? Mm-hmm. But what I'm getting at here, of all the Q and
appearances,
all the pundits and all of the people that have been dropping dates and saying things are going to happen here and things are going to happen there, these things were never, ever mentioned on the Q board. Never. This, what we're reading here, the first post was the only specific date given of a happening. That was it. Anybody
But
that
what I'm
tries to
saying is it
debunk,
never happened that we know. It didn't happen. It did not fucking happen because she's still out on CNN and oh, that's her clone. No, it's not. No, it's not. She's out there making the rounds. She's still doing public appearances. So prove me wrong on that, man, because I see her. I see her out making appearances.
okay.
So you're going to say she's been arrested. Maybe she was.
Now, hold on. All right. First of all, okay, let's say Q is your guest right now. And this is the only date that Q ever gave you. It would probably be your most accurate guess to date. Period. End of story. The people that have been throwing out bullshit and bullshit dates are the ones that are making Q look bad. So when I bring up one fucking date,
Well,
okay, come on, one fucking date that was the first post in 2017, okay, that didn't happen, that does not disregard 5,000 posts.
and I agree with that, but that was the most specific date.
Doesn't fucking matter, man. How many people are out there throwing bullshit dates?
And I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that's
thousands.
That's a pretty specific thing to be wrong about. It's pretty specific.
Yeah. So hold the rest of your guests to the same standard that you're holding Q to, because you don't do that.
I agree with that, but I'm just stating the obvious, Dave. That didn't happen.
I'm stating an obvious that almost everybody that's on the airwaves right now, okay, have been wrong about 1,000 times more than Q. Okay? Trump's coming back in August. Trump's coming back in October. The inauguration's not going to happen. Boom, boom, boom. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. That leads people to think something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. JFK's coming to Dallas. He's going to reappear in Dallas. Let's all go to Dallas. Okay? All of these chumps make Q, which is a military operation, look bad because of their association.
So you're saying yeah, I get it. I get that, but I still...
No, hold on.
No, I get what you're saying, Dave. I get exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. But it still doesn't take away the fact that was wrong.
Hold on. You agree with me.
I do
but
agree.
You don't, you challenge this, but you don't challenge the people that have been telling you for years that shit's going to happen tomorrow.
I'm challenging that because it's in writing saying it's going to happen on that day,
dude.
2017.
Verbal contracts are legally binding. Just because people say that something's going to happen tomorrow or the next day or the next day or next week.
Dave, I'm not
okay.
I get it.
Let me go back to this.
I have to state the obvious here, and the rest of that shit.
I'm already stating the obvious.
Whatever people say, my audience will figure that out on their own.
Yeah.
It's not my job to debate or discredit people live on air. All I'm saying is that date, whatever was supposed to happen that day, did not happen. Now, will it happen? I'm betting it will. I'm betting it will happen. I'm betting she will get arrested. But I'm just saying, to my knowledge and everyone else's knowledge, she did not get arrested on that particular day.
Do you believe that Joe Biden is the president of the United States?
Absolutely not. And I think there's actors playing him. But I think,
hold on.
I don't know. I think there's actors playing him.
I agree. So what we have to do is we have to take the information we can get, and based on the information we get, we have to speculate. And that's why, as you know, I'm always very specific about what's fact and what's speculation, and which is why I'm glad that you just mentioned, hey, listen, we're just speculating here. You just said that just a few minutes ago. Spot on, dude. Because all we're doing is trying to pull the pieces together and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. The problem is when people that represent themselves as following Q or dialed into Q or knowledgeable about Q or even a part of it, we got that bullshit flying out there, okay? Those people are acting as if they know what the fuck's going on, and they don't know what the fuck's going on. period. End of fucking story. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care what your fucking name is.
Yeah,
or
I'm not
what
even,
a non or whatever.
Yeah, I'm
We're
not even
all
arguing
doing
that. I'm just, but
okay.
Dave,
So
Dave, I'm not. That's not my job. I bring them all here to this platform. They can hang themselves, man. My audience is. I have a lot of faith. I have more faith in my audience than most of my guests because they will figure it out. And guess what? They send me emails and they investigate everybody. They fact check everybody. My audience is telling you they're on it.
As are mine.
They're fucking on it.
But going back to this post, right? You're stating the obvious. I'm stating the obvious. Okay, by reading this to you and saying,
do I wish that happened? Yes. Do I think it's going to happen? Yes, I do. I do believe it's going to happen. I'm just saying it didn't happen on that date.
This post started a fucking revolution. This post started a fucking revolution. Where we go one, we go all. It awakened the masses long before COVID, long before, you know, the fake Joe Biden, long before the election interference, the whole bit. This started a movement. Okay.
Agree.
Now, why did it start a movement? Because I was told by my friend, day 2, you got to check out the board, see what's going on. And I go on and I read this after I've been trying to tell everybody about, you know, Clinton Chronicles and the Clinton body count and all this stuff coming down the pipe. And I read this, I'm like, finally, right? Finally, it's going to happen. It's going to go down, because I read this on October 29th, 2017. I shared it at the time with Facebook, my Facebook audience, but I was not doing these shows. HRC extradition already, this whole thing, we're like, okay, we're paying attention. Now the next drops were freaking gold, and the next ones were like John Podesta and Huma Abedin as well. Now we've got this Pizzagate coming back up. We've got Seth Rich coming back up. We have MS-13 coming back into the news, right?
It's all resurfacing.
MS-13 was used to kill Seth Rich, right? Now, is Hillary Clinton making public appearances? Absolutely. Has she been active? Has she been with her daughter? Has she been with Huma Abedin? Has she been on book tours? Absolutely. Is it her? We don't know. Is it Biden? Hell no. Is it, you know, these people? We don't think so, but we're speculating, right? But I will tell you this about Hillary Clinton. And we've done this multiple times. Todd and I have dived into the drops, and we have shown that they're tweeting on a timestamp that goes right into the Q drops. Clinton Foundation, child trafficking, Haiti, you know, child trafficking, Clinton Foundation, Uranium One, Hillary Clinton, sales, Alice in Wonderland, Hillary. Every time she tweets, not every time, but most of the time she tweets, David, it goes right into a very damning tweet. She knows about Q. She was the first mention of Q. Human knows about Q. The Muslim Brotherhood know about Q. We all know about Huma's connection in the Muslim Brotherhood with her father and her mother. Top at the Muslim Brotherhood in Iran. And she's infiltrated into one of the most powerful people in the world, in the Clinton Foundation. So there's no way in hell, with their knowledge of the Q board and their knowledge of us taking Trump's tweets timestamps and Dan Scavino's timestamps and Ezra Cohen-Watnick's timestamps of their tweets and going into the Q board to find out what they have to say. And then Hillary and Huma, as of, by the way, it wasn't always this way, but as of, I want to say like maybe 2 years ago, so many of their tweets were time-stamped into very damning evidence about their interactions in the world. And so that's where I've been spending my time the past, what is it,
Dave,
6 years now?
Can you show us again that countdown clock? The site, how do you get there? I want to look at that on my own.
Yeah, sure. Let me find that. Listen,
Did this just pop up, or is this always?
What's that?
I mean, this countdown clock, it originally was counting down to the death of the petrodollar, right? And it did that. Now it's restarted again, and we have 7 hours left into this next countdown. That will signify something, and we're gonna guess that it's Hillary arrest, right? That's what we're guessing here.
I'm guessing that it's going to tie
Frazzle drip.
the reemergence of Pizzagate.
Okay.
It's going to tie that to Frazzle Drip, and that will implicate Podesta, Huma, and Hillary.
So you think maybe there might be some drops on X and Frazzle drip?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You think there could be some drops on X on Frazzle drip, like some Frazzle drip video, maybe? Or
no, I don't think it'll be
Yeah.
on X.
okay,
I don't think they're going to allow it on X because it's terrible. I
too
do
bad.
believe
Yeah, you're right.
I do believe it'll come to it'll come off the dark web, or there'll be a link to the dark web where people can see it and then start talking about it maybe on X. Right. And I'm sorry, brother. I just lost that countdown clock. But let me pull it up. Excuse me.
Sorry.
And I didn't realize I didn't plug in my.
Regardless, I mean, I see. I have these videos in rotation. I just put up the ghost today. Now this is another video that needs to go up soon. So
Yeah.
I had to put this up. Jeez, man.
That's what I'm saying. If you put this one on Rumble, that's your call, obviously. But that's why I'm saying this is you've given them gold here in the past. You're giving them gold. No question about it. But sometimes you got to just give stuff.
I understand that.
Away. But listen, man, I've given everything away my whole career, and I haven't had a home in 6 months. So don't model me. Okay. Do not.
Man, I'm not like, folks. I'm gonna put your give send go back down on there too. Help David get back on his feet. Help Dave get back on his feet. Please donate to his give send go. I'll put it again, Dave. Okay.
I appreciate that, and
I'll put it again, but you can't find
your audience.
Go ahead.
And I do very much appreciate your audience and the donations to date. I still got a ways to go before I can get to where I need to be, but I just it's I've not put together a model that that quite honestly financially benefits from this, and it's just, it is what it is. But I'm sorry. I'm pulling this back up, but I've got about 1,000 things open on my my laptop, so I got to go to my history here and see where I went. Here it is. Okay, brother. So it's called I'll bring it back up, and it's called qofficial.net. Okay. It's qofficial.net forwards. Let me rephrase that. The letter Q, official.net /password. Okay. Now this is counting down 7 hours, 3 minutes. So that is going to be 7 o'clock Central.
8 o'clock
right?
Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern, right? and they already have it linked to HTTP. That's why this should go up like as soon as you can, dude. Just
I'm gonna put it up right now.
and
Hold on, Dave. Just keep it right there.
okay.
Can you go back to the countdown and then walk us through these steps again?
Okay, so back to back again. Okay, worldwide green sky tonight. Now, I want to bring this up, and that is the sky event that Q has
Right,
been.
but this is a countdown clock to something that's happening. It's qofficial.net/password. Folks, I'm going to put this up on Nino's Corner.tv today. This is we're breaking open. David Snedeker is talking about Pizzagate, and there's a countdown happening right now on qofficial.net/password. What's it counting down to? That's the big question. You want to go to the next page, Dave?
Yeah, and I do want to say too that a lot of people discredit this, but this was also a countdown to what ended up being the Kissinger and the UAE drop of the petrodollar. Frazzled.rip, RIP, which basically spells frazzle drip, which is the video that supposedly Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin were abusing a child very, very terribly. And so I believe this is going to match the reemergence of Pizzagate, match the frazzle drip, match the Podesta, Huma, Hillary, and I believe that's going to happen. And then, but for, they're also talking about a sky event, but we saw that last week when I showed you the rocket piercing the firmament and the firmament sealing back up. That was one sky event, right? They're also saying a green sky. Green skies sometimes happen before a tornado, which is a storm, which is the calm before the storm, right? And so we don't know what's happening. What we do know is a lot of things are going down. A lot of things are coming to a head. Kissinger's dead. The petrodollar is dead. On the same day, UAE dropped the petrodollar, which what started the petrodollar. Kissinger dies. Who started the petrodollar? That's dying. Rothschilds are going down. That was also a Q drop that I was taking to the other day.
Let me get busy putting this up because I got to put it up tonight.
All right, brother.
Dave, thank you. I appreciate you, folks. David Snedeker once again brings the heat. Brings the heat, man. You do. I mean, I'm impressed with you, man. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to put this up right now.
All right. Much love, brother. Let's get it going.
All right, bro. All right, Dave. Take it easy, my man.
Hey there. Thanks for joining us all. Again, Hawk is he's had his internet down, so but I know he was listening in, and that was the interview from this morning with David. And let me see if I can actually come up here. So, my friends, if you any questions you might have, you could put in the comments. And so obviously, well, first off, I want to say that although, and I know many of you already know this, but I know that let me pull this up for you. Let's see. Oh, I see. Here we go. So this is the clock that we were discussing, and they've put 13 days, 23 hours, 37 minutes on it, and it says the final countdown, the Great Awakening starts. Now, the only reason I really gave this much credibility, this countdown clock, was because it just so happened it counted down to the day of the Henry Kissinger's death and the UAE pulling out of the dumping the petrodollar, right? So there you have it. Big chap. So let me. Yeah, Hawk is not here. Thank you all. Thank you. Changed again. Let me see. Marianne, Dave, the countdown clock changed again. What do you think it all means? So I think that one of the things. So let me go back to that. The only reason I really gave it any credibility was because of that happening and the clock stopping on that day. And I don't think that we can underestimate the significance of Henry Kissinger's death on the same day, or within 24 hours of, the United Arab Emirates dumping the petrodollar that he created, that he negotiated. That's a huge, huge event in our human history, because we have been turned into debt slaves, and we need to take our freedom back. And so that was very significant. So that's the only reason that I really gave this final countdown any credibility. And then I followed up with this next show and this other countdown regarding the frazzle drip, because I know that is a very important topic, and people are already talking about it on X. I don't know if it's making any headway or headlines on any of the other platforms. By the way, my friends, I am spending quite a bit of time on X these days, and I invite you to join me there, because it is very it's the freest major platform right now, and it really is, I believe, a very important one. And the fact that people are able to do this was the Aurora Borealis, by the way, that you see there. Do I have the right one up? Let me see. I think I do. I have a few X windows open, but so I need to make sure that I've got the right one. But I invite you to join us there on X, and it's at Dave Snedeker, and there's a lot going down on there, as I showed you. But here's an example: the rubber duck shared. You see there the rubber duck without showing it. Here's as much sauce on the frazzle drip as you are going to find anywhere. This would not have been on X had it not been for this countdown clock. I guarantee you. And so just something that grabbed everybody's attention, that points us in the direction of this very important, very, very important issue, is, I think, a good thing, right? Even if it, the clock resets, for example. Well, how many people got to see this, before all that went down, before the clock reset? How many people got to see some of these posts on Twitter? And I want to find that again for you, so I can get you. I think I need to do the Brave, but I want to share that Brave. Here we go. Let me share that, and of course that's showing us on that. And then here's the rubber duck. Okay, now I have control over the one I want. Here we go. So the rubber duck, it's an explanation of what it is, what transpires. And I invite you to go on Twitter and find that. And it's very disturbing stuff. And this is only if you want to go down that road. And I don't want to go down that road tonight. I'm actually having a lovely evening, and I don't want to go put that in my mind. And so, so I just wanted to show you that it is. People are pulling it up on. Let me see if anything is happening on, like if anybody's tagging it, right? Here's one, right? Looks like here's another one, calling out Joe Scarborough. Oh man. So, how much of this is a show? How much, when we were talking about, is this real? Are these real people, or have they already been taken down? Okay. And you see it you see it, Mika Brzezinski.
Our country. I'm trying to think of a better word than repulsive. I am repulsed by what I just saw. I'm sad for our country. I'm trying to think of a better word.
It looks fake, doesn't it? Right? It really does. They look fake. But look at how this is, trending on Twitter. Okay. How important is this topic? And why is it, trending? Is this Podesta? Is this Valerie Jarrett? Right? Look at the Pizzagate. Look at this stuff. It's coming. The video is so bad. See, it's coming. They knew to look for it. So even if this is just pointing us in this direction, isn't this a good thing? Right? Okay. And here's, these guys.
And us.
I'm not going to show that because that's going to, get us tagged. But, look at all these things that are they're all loaded with this. Okay. Look at this incredible hat. This incredibly disgusting hat that supposedly Taylor Swift is wearing. Stephen Colbert made fun of Nick Alvier, who did a great movie called Pervywood about Stephen Colbert. I recommend that. So look how effective it's coming. Frazzle Drip. See, it brought this attention to this. Okay, so that was very, very important. And here's somebody tagging Nino talking about giving
back to back again. Okay, worldwide green sky tonight. Now, I want to bring this up, and that is the sky event. That Q
right, but this is a countdown clock to something that's happening. It's qofficial.net/password. Folks, I'm going to put this up on ninoscorner.tv today. This is, we're breaking open. David Snedeker is talking about Pizzagate, and there's a countdown happening right now on qofficial.net/password. What's it counting down to? That's the big question. You want to go to the next page, Dave?
Yeah, and I do want to say, too, that a lot of people discredit this, but this was also a countdown to what ended up being the Kissinger and the UAE drop of the petrodollar.
Hey, Dave, can you pause this for a second?
Or IP, which basically spells frazzle drip, which is the
real quick.
Hawk, you here?
Because I know, yeah, I don't know how long
hey, buddy.
The connection's going to last. Yeah, I don't know how long the connection's going to last. Okay.
Hawk is with us, everybody.
Is look at Q drop one. You need to look at Q drop 183.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Q drop 183 And that has everything to do with the green sky.
Bringing it up now.
Oh, so wait till you talk to Nino again. Boy, you're really going to have a good one to show him.
Okay, here it is. So let me pull it up here. Make it a little bit bigger. All right. So also, this is a very recent Delta hawk. This is November 21st, 2017. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to?
No, you go ahead, because I'm afraid that my connection is going to end up dropping and I'm going to disappear. So, but I wanted to get that in there because I saw that you were going at Nino with the green sky again, and I wanted to make sure you got that. So I'm going to go ahead and drop back out. Everybody, you guys have a great weekend. Dave may be back with you more than once this weekend, so watch for any shows coming on. It's going to be him. All right, I'll see you guys Monday or Tuesday. Love you all.
Before you go, any thoughts on the interview? Were you able to listen to it?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. It's like I told you before, when Nino's morning show, I don't really care for, but I love his style of interviewing. He gets a little frustrated with people because he's not getting the answers that he wants, but he really, I've watched him grown, since his first show. I seen him go from stumbling through questions to really, becoming masterful at it, having the patience, and giving everybody the opportunity to really, sink in, get their butt, get their teeth sunk into the subjects that they're talking about. So, like I said, I have great respect for Nino. It sucks that he's behind a paywall, for a lot of these, but I understand why. I really do. I understand why. It's a safety thing, when you're trying to, build and hold your credibility. Sometimes that's the kind of thing you have to do. But at the same time, there's a lot of these things that he does that really need to get put out there. And I look at it like this: if I lose my channel for playing it, I'm okay with that, because I'll build another one. It could take longer. It could be a harder thing to do because he's such a notable guy, Not
just that. What's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, not just that, but he's now got over 250,000 viewers, and it took him years to build that up. And you got to think, what would my audience be like? What would your audience be like if we weren't taken down as often as we were? And so he has been careful about that. And just, I texted him today. I said, my situation alone, because I'm very grateful to him that he's putting word out to help with donations and to get me back into a place and get rolling. And so I'm very grateful for that. And so I basically said, my situation alone, your situation alone, justifies what he's doing with his subscription model. So, that's this is Waken Trillium. Hawk and Dave, the clock goes to the 15th. That's when Treasury bills are due in the government shutdown. Great call, Awaken Trillium. Thank you for that. I hadn't done the math yet because I just come back in and caught that. But at any rate, I'm grateful to him for the platform. And the other thing too is I think he does get frustrated, right? And we got into it a little bit. He gets frustrated, but it's because he's talking to people every day trying to figure this out. And so I think he almost has a right to get more frustrated than a lot of us, because of how much, he's doing, right? The conversations he's having.
Well, not only that, but we're also a couple of years ahead of him, we know a lot of things that he's just now finding out about, and it's like, if he had started back when we started, he'd be, he'd be balls to the wall, but right now, where his listeners are concerned, he's blazing trails, and, for them, he's catching them up, and he's doing it bit by bit by bit,
Right.
and and I totally respect him for that. I
Yep.
totally respect him for that. But at the same time, there are people who can't afford, and this is, and this and as well as I do, that can't afford to go to Nino's TV, Nino's Corner, or much less go to And We Know or X22, because they all got the .tvs. We can't afford it. We've lost everything. I got a 30-acre farm here that honestly, I'm just sitting here. I'm just waiting for somebody to come and take it. Is basically what I'm doing. And then I'm really ass out. I'm just, that's basically, that's just the truth of it. I survive, my dogs survive on awesome viewers who care so much about my dogs that they send dog food. It's not about me, it's about them, but also most of these people watched all these dogs be born, live here on YouTube and on Facebook and stuff like that, so they've been a part of their lives since they were born, and it's, but when in the last couple of years, I've watched people go from having that 40-hour week job to literally trying to figure out where their next dollar is going to come from, because of, between COVID shutdown and the medical tyranny, and then what the states are doing and what the big corporations are doing now in regards to food prices and everything else. It's almost impossible. It's literally almost impossible for some people to survive. So it's, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, we don't know how far they're going to take it before they, revalue the currency and the treasury notes and the whole bit. We don't know when that is going to happen, but like, anything to grow, you got to break it down. And that's what's happening. I think we're just seeing the collapse of the financial system, the awakening of the masses that would only awake with the dollar, right? Before the crimes against humanity is revealed.
I can honestly say this, Dave, and this is gonna, the military guys that are in the chat right now will totally get what I'm saying. What we are seeing right now is boot camp for America. Okay. In boot camp, you go in there, you got one kind of way of thinking and everything else. Well, once you step into, into boot camp, okay, and you got your uniform and your feet are on those yellow footprints on the ground, okay, your life begins to change. They erase everything that you have been and they build you back up. They break you down to your weakest point and then make you the strongest that you have ever been. And that's exactly what we're seeing with the regular public now is, that is what's happening, and it's kind of weird to look at it that way, but that's exactly what I see. I see American boot camp is what I see. And I did want to throw this in because Slow Country is going to get really mad at me and he's going to call me like 100 times tonight if I don't tell you this. He was driving home tonight, and for the first time, he's in. I think he's in Illinois. Yeah, I think he's in Illinois, Illinois or Indiana, one or the other. And he said that tonight was the blackest sky he has ever seen in all the years that he has lived there. It's like the roadside lights are being muffled It's like the blackness is just coming in and swallowing up those lights. It was the worst drive home that he's ever had. And if I didn't tell you that he was gonna, I'm telling you, he's gonna. I'm gonna get a text even before I get off of here. Okay, I'm guarantee you, you're gonna hear it. You'll hear the text come in. Thank you for telling Dave. But that green sky, I'm telling you, that Q post, that one right there, I think is going to shed a whole new light on what green sky means, and I'll have to bow my head and say, okay, I was wrong. I didn't think about looking in the drops at that green sky. And if I had,
I looked in for sky event and I didn't look in for, and I looked in for green, but I didn't finish that dive. By the way, I just pulled up the FRAZZLED.RIP.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Site not found. So
really?
So that's been taken down. That's been taken down.
That only happens when people are worried about something. Yep.
Well,
maybe something else is going to go up there instead.
Could be, or they had to shut it down. Now, one of the things I said to David was that it either there's going to be a link to it or access to it, or it will have they will be keeping people from it, and then that will spur people to look deeper, right? So
yep.
So I
you're
kind of
see a whole bunch of people go to the dark web.
Yeah, and I anticipated that because I thought they're not going to be on. It's not going to be on Twitter. They won't allow that. I'm sure.
No.
And so it's where else is it going to be? So that's been taken down, and let me see let me go to that drop. 183 November 21st. Do you want to drop off? I don't need to.
No.
Okay, if you can hang on, that'd be good.
Read this with you.
Okay,
yep, absolutely.
So confirm green sky. Confirm green sky. By the way, this is odd. This little FJ here at the beginning.
They can't see it. You need to pull that back up on the screen.
Oh, thank you. See, you need to be here.
Maybe it's fuck
Joe. What would you say?
Could be. Is it maybe it's fuck Joe?
Right. By the way, before I get into it, let me just see the abbreviations and see if there's an FJ. False flag, FF, FISA, Fed. Nope, no FJ that we can see. But how interesting that's there. Okay, so let me go back up and take that away. Okay, here we go. Confirm green sky equals giving an order to Captain Green to do something to the Rothschilds. Let me click here just to show you guys who Captain Green is. He was the helicopter pilot killed in a midair crash, and he was in Buckinghamshire, which is the Black Forest estate owned by the Rothschilds, right? He was very, very capable. And what this wreckage did was it pointed us to the Rothschilds estate, where we believe, and where, people have said that the hunting of humans, I'm sorry, that I needed to,
it was something forest. Something
the
forest,
Black Forest.
The Black Forest or something like that. Yeah.
So this is that article. Okay. This is the plane. And this is where we believe them to be doing very, very nefarious things. Now, I also believe, Hawk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the estate that was up for sale by the Rothschilds. And that was, of course,
Yep.
before the Rothschilds just had a huge estate sale. Where they sold off, let me see. They've sold off their large Austrian hunting estate. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, and the thing about that Black Forest one was the forest actually sold separately. One person bought the forest, and then another person bought the mansion and the property that was next to it.
Okay. Now this is something totally
And
different. This
never
one
said
isn't.
who the person was.
Say that again.
They never said who the person was who bought the forest, but they did list the person who bought the mansion.
Okay. Nice. So this is another estate in Austria that they sold. And then, but they also had, let me see, these sales of just incredible works of art. That's not it. But it was here we go. This was 2019. No, it was recent. It was like literally this summer that they sold this. They sold all that property. Not the property, but all the antiques and everything. So let's go back to this. So that's Mike Green. Q gave us the crumb beforehand and also wrote a message to Lynn de Rothschilds or Lord de Rothschilds. We can hear you breathing. Now, that was also one of the messages in that Q clock countdown. Now, anybody could do that. Obviously, that's familiar with the Q drops, but that also kind of directs us back to Q. This was a map. Q told us that future shows the past, meaning that a future event, Captain Mike Green doing something with a helicopter to Rothschilds, will explain these keywords and confirm that Q knows top secret information. Green, obviously a good guy, had a mission. We don't know what exactly he was supposed to do, but it had to be something very serious because bad guys countered very seriously and killed several people. Mission failed. Great find on this. What was that mission? Was
I didn't
Mike
find
Green?
that. Your friend, your friend on Facebook, Starsky.
Starsky
I think
Mooney.
his name is Starsky, or is the one who sent that to me. And at the same time, Kevin, I can't remember Kevin's last name there, but they both texted it to me. They're
Cool.
on Facebook.
Awesome.
So
Kevin,
and I
Kevin
appreciate
Rotella?
you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you guys.
Kevin. Yep.
Hey, Big Chap says, Dave, did you see the new bunny on the Ingersoll link about fenbendazole? By the way, Ingersoll has been talking about fenbendazole for a long time now. But it's good to see that that's back up. So thanks, Big Chap, for that. But they have been linking to fenbendazole and its ability to cure cancer as well. And I could see if I can pull that up and see if it's still there, because people would like to see it, I'm sure. Here's the bunny. Let me take you guys to that. And there we go. And there's the bunny down here in the lower right-hand corner. Now that's taking us to a different screen that I have to share as well. I need to share, I guess if it's a window, but I need to do better, figure out these shares. And here we have the efficacy that it takes us to the National Institute of Health. The efficacy of fenbendazole and ivermectin against Trichuris spp in African green monkeys in Barbados, West Indies. You just treat these intestinal parasites. The natural infection of this in African green monkeys. And so this is that test there. So thank
The
you.
same monkeys that's the exact same monkeys that were accused of starting the pandemic or the not pandemic but the epidemic of AIDS.
Say that again, brother.
The HIV. That's the African green monkey is the one that was blamed for starting AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 80s.
Good catch.
That was,
good catch.
Fauci actually said that that they believe that it came from the African green monkey. He said that there when he was in San Francisco doing a big press conference and everything else. So we know what he's been monkeying around with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, Carrie says during the interview you were discussing Wizard of Oz. In the book, the shoes are silver. In the movie, they used red to show off the new color film. It was one of the first movies in color. Thank you for that, Carrie. I had forgotten that was the connection to the silver, but also it had to do with the silver and how the price of silver has gone up and how silver and gold are going to be our future. I believe that's another reason why they did that. So it wasn't necessarily the Mandela effect. It was the difference was the book and the movie. So thank you for clearing that up. And just off topic, Clay says all these children getting a special pneumonia had the Jim Jones juice and compromised their immune system. What's your thoughts on that? Hawk, I did see that. Did a little digging on that today. And it turns out that all these people that are getting this white lung thing were jabbed. So Clay, yeah, I believe that's what's going on there. By the way, Hawk, I love your avatar. It's really you've never looked better.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just it's what can I say? Yeah,
I love your hat.
That's what. Oh,
okay. Let's see. Okay. So
sent me something else on Facebook, so I'm gonna try and see if I can reach it, because normally I can only do one, either Facebook or StreamYard on with the hotspot. But I'm gonna try and see what he sent. But Slow Country sent me a thing. It says Rothschild wants merger between corporations, governments, and AI to save capitalism. The basic root function of the council is to centralize most or all major corporations with a global influence, and join them with governments into a network that places ideology over profit motive. Some people might argue that corporations need to adopt a share value system instead of simply roaming around like sharks, devouring whatever they can sink their teeth into. But who gets to choose the set of values that corporate behemoths follow? And that's an article on Blacklisted News. I will try and figure out how I can get that from my phone to. Well, actually, if I'm not mistaken, Slow Country, you have a wrench, I think. So why don't you go ahead and drop the link in? Because if Dave could see that whole article, then he would totally get the context of what you were sending to me.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I actually saw that earlier today too. That's a good article. Starsky says Dave, coding green sky be a code like code red. Yeah, I think so. And I also think green means go. We've seen that in the Q drops. We've seen quite a bit of that. Yeah, Slow Country mentions the darkness is extremely odd. Interesting. hello to all the Snedheds. I miss you all. Yep. This is, let me see. I want to share this from Awaken Trillium again, just because it's significant, just about the treasury bills due on the 15th. And, on that clock, we saw that. Let's see. Dom Lecrae, Marianne, posted the clock today, the pick of Hillary. Like I was saying, Hawk, it's like, look at all the attention that's being brought to this now, just because of this stupid clock, right? Because people are looking for answers. People are looking for, when is this going to be over? When is this, going to finally happen? So, but it is good that, go ahead.
That is still up. I think you spelled it when you typed in your.
You broke up, brother.
The frazzled site.
Yeah.
Still, when you put it into your computer,
it's still up. Did you say it's still up? Let me check. Let me go to Chrome and see if it comes up on that. It is up. It's back up, unless I messed that up somehow. Yeah. Okay. Unless it just went back up. That's interesting. This is what's there now, folks. Which is what was there when it first went up, when you went to it. But I swear I went to the same thing on Brave and did not get that same thing. Let me try it again. Yeah. So the Brave browser, this is interesting. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys what's going on here. This is very odd. This is the Brave tab. Okay. Did I pull that up for you? Yeah. This is the HTTPS / frazzled.rip. And the other one is, let's see.
And the thing is, if you zoom in on that picture, Dave, what you will find is that there's a texture. There's a texture to her face. You want me?
I'll do that. It's funny when you do the HTTPS frazzled.rip. It does not.
Nope. You just do frazzled.rip. No HTTPS.
Okay. Well, I did that on Brave, but Brave automatically did it for me. So let me take you guys to the other one then.
There you go.
Yeah. So let me see how close in we can get on this.
Yeah, it's on the screen, Dave.
What's on the screen?
There you go. It's on the screen.
There. Okay.
That's how close I can get.
Oh, did you do that?
Yep. That's skin over. That's how do I put this? That's a skin overlayment over her face.
Whoa, you're right.
Yeah.
That's like the facial mask that they did with the little girl, right?
Yep.
Oh my God. It's just.
And it's crazy because, just the day before you and I were on this podcast. Okay. Yep. And, you asked me about it and I answered you. I told you, I said, Dave, I don't recommend anybody watch it, And honestly, okay, I'm gonna say it like this. I don't care how tough Nino is, but if he watched that video, he would never ever be the same again.
Yep. And by the way, that's why I haven't.
Yep.
Because I've had many opportunities. I brought it up again, just a little bit bigger. But yeah, it looks like an overlay. You said you couldn't sleep for, that you had problems sleeping for a year. Yeah.
Yeah, a little over a year. Yep. And it was the night that I gave my life back to Christ that that was the first time that I slept slept for more than an hour and a half. And it stopped the dreams immediately, because every time I went to sleep and was dreaming, I dreamed about that over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh,
it was like on freaking repeat, and then I broke down. Dude, when I say I broke down, I mean I had tears pouring out of my eyes, like you could like Niagara Falls out of each eye. And I hit my knees and I prayed and I gave myself to Christ right then. And that night was the first time I slept in over a year. And I actually slept for like 6-7 hours, Yeah.
It's that's one of those examples where I've said you don't have to go down the rabbit hole that far. Once you know the rabbit hole is there, trust that it's worse than you can imagine, and just keep, making people aware of the rabbit hole. So yeah. Sorry to hear that, man, because that's brutal. But it's the fact that Pizzagate is back in the news, the fact that this is back in the news is absolutely imperative for the population to wake up to the crimes against children. And Q has said that will unite us all.
Yep.
That will unite us all. It doesn't matter across party lines. That will unite us all. And that's I don't recommend it watching it. Yeah, and it made NYPD sick, and several committed suicide, but I think they were murdered. Big Chap says, is there any chance it was not HRC, like an actor?
No. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. It was 100% her.
Great question.
And Uma was there too. And there was a doctor there too. There was a professional doctor there too.
Wow.
Never found out who the doctor was. But yeah, it was 100% her.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's in the public discourse, and that's where these things need to be. We need to start asking questions as to what's happening. Homeless people in Las Vegas were gunned down. Just happened in Los Angeles last week, I think. Yeah. So, the deltas. Mikey says that's why Q works on deltas. I did bring up today's deltas. I wanted to share with you all, and so let me do that right now.
Nancy, Dave will probably go through that with you on how to get into that site and how to find things. And another person that you can talk to is Slow Country, that's in the chat there. and Big Chap as well. They know where all the little spots on Ingersoll Lockwood are for you to investigate that whole site, and you'll learn a lot.
Excuse me.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump down because I think
right,
I'm going to end up slowing down the stream. All right.
Okay. I'm going to close up. I'm going to close up shortly.
Go as long as you want. Yep. Go as long as you want.
Thank
These
you,
guys
man.
are late night. They'll sit with you for 12 hours, Dave.
That's what I'm afraid of. No, I want to hang with my my daughter a little bit before she goes to bed. I think she'll be going soon, but thank you, man. We'll talk soon. So, my friends, these are the Q deltas for December 1st. I scrolled down just to get to, they mentioned state funeral next week, which we're going to have with Henry Kissinger, right? The storm is upon us status. That was Herbert Walker Bush, Timberwolf. The gray wolf, Canis lupus, also known as Timberwolf, shares a common ancestry with the domestic dog. State funeral next week. Coincidence? So we will have one next week. This is about an underground massive data center. We're hearing a lot about the underground stuff happening. Hussein is evil and a real loser. Shopping, no special treatment. Shopping around for new handler protection is fun to watch on the Sats. Spy comms, morons, all of them. By the way, we haven't seen Obama. He wasn't at that the funeral of Rosalind Carter. Where is he? He hasn't been seen with, as far as I know, unless you guys know. Has he been seen since the Larry Sinclair breakout? And thank you, Pamela. I appreciate that. And Silver Girl, I appreciate your comment earlier very much. Nikki, good to see you. Thank you for your comments. And so the oh wow, Jerry Lee said it. My wrestling coach was Hastert, and that was Dennis Hastert. Yeah, wow, Jerry. I hope all was okay with that. Southern Belle says she saw the frazzle drip, went down a rabbit hole, and once I realized what I was seeing, I clicked off, got sick, and wept. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it is not, I don't recommend it, and I haven't seen it. Hey, thank you, Kevin. I miss you too, brother. Appreciate you, man. So back to these deltas, Hussein is a thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Sherilyn. Thank you, guys. I'm trying to get these off. Melvita, thank you. Jerry Lee says 4 of his teammates were abused by Hastert. Jerry, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Man, oh man, and it's still going on, guys. It's still going on in terms of not like it was, but until these people are properly put away. And believe me, I think a lot of this has been done. But anyway, so that's speaking about Obama right here on this Delta, and it's like, where's Obama? 244, December 1st, 2017. Less than 10 can confirm me. Do it, Q. Coincidence. Twitter retweet, coincidence. Twitter keywords, coincidence. Pics, coincidence. Meant only for you. God bless Q. These are some of the confirmations that people were having on all this. That Q would confirm and connect it with POTUS's Twitter account and so forth. 243 is Saudi Arabia controlled U.S. puppets, strings cut, D's dropping all around over sexual misconduct. First stage, coincidentally, directly after Saudi Arabia. Don't you realize the war has gone public? List who will not be running for re-election. How many have we seen that are not running over 30? Very high numbers. Coincidence? Phase 1, easy to swallow. Loss of power, influence, good time to prosecute. Just wait until next week. You are all patriots. Now, Saudi Arabia controlled U.S. puppets. Strings have been cut. We know that their financing has been cut ever since they took out the purge in Saudi Arabia. But also the strings have been cut of the petrodollar. And that happened yesterday. So this is very significant as well. 242, be here tomorrow. The story unfolds. Was that speaking to us now? Or was it speaking to us in 2017? I don't think anything major happened on December 2nd, 2017. So, and if you guys want to look that up, please do. 241 is back to Hussein. White House party with 400 plus guests. Whoever posted those insider pics did not take into account the many White House public and private security cams which can triangulate and time log, identify the person responsible. We will investigate. Think. This is, by the way, as we're talking about, what do you call it? Pizzagate and Frazzle, right? It all brings us back to Obama and his White House, and this was the situation where they ordered $65,000 worth of hot dogs and pizza from Chicago, and so everyone knows, and that was, not actual hot dogs and pizza. So, yeah, we sure have gone through a lot together, haven't we, Nikki? Yes. Yep. Future proves past. Yep. Absolutely. So my friends, this is, we are at a very, very interesting time in our human history, and it's been trying for us all in so many ways, and I just and there I am. I just wanted to pop on and just kind of say hi personally here. We've been through a lot, and what I think is important to remember is that there are a lot of people that have not been as lucky as we have, even though we might be suffering from loss, suffering financially, suffering with health. Just knowing how many people are not as lucky as we are, thinking about the children, thinking about the people that have been hunted on this Rothschild property, people that have been murdered or hurt, or their innocence taken from them, enslaved, sex trafficking or otherwise. There's a lot that has taken place that we can easily point our fingers to. But what we really need to understand, I believe, is that if we are to move forward, there has to be a sense of accountability, not just for the people who have done these terrible things, but also for the people, the people, you and I, and so many others that allowed this to happen right underneath our noses through our own ignorance, through our own brainwashing. And we just, I think we need to ask for forgiveness for allowing all this to happen as we take out this this deep state. So, my friends, I am going to call it a night. It's really nice to come to you like this and to share that interview that I've done. I'm going to be also, I'd invite you to, let me see if I can pull up let me see, how am I going to do this? A gentleman in the Netherlands who interviewed me. I thought it was a really great interview. And he's a former conductor and turned truther. And he has a heck of a show in the Netherlands. And I want to share this with you. You know what? I wonder. Here we go. Let me see. That should be coming up here. Things are moving a little slowly. Let me try this again. Okay. Yeah, things are kind of slowing down. All right, here it is. So let me just share this with you, and I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to ask you if you want me to continue it. Okay. And this is, bear with me here, my friends. This was a really good interview. This gentleman used to watch the show, and then, you know, knew I was gone, knew why I was gone, but missed me. And when I came back on Nino, he asked me to do an interview with me and to share me with his audience in the Netherlands. So I'm going to play that and check out here for a little bit, and then come back in and see if you want me to keep it going. Okay. Yeah. And if you don't hang out here tonight and watch it, I'm going to put in the comments where you can find Steven's channel on BitChute. Okay, BitChute is where that is. Yeah, things are really, really slow for some reason. So I'm gonna get out of the way here. Let you watch this. And enjoy. And by the way, if you've had enough of David Snedeker tonight, I totally understand. So feel free to bail. Okay. All right. See you. Starts out with my music. He asked me if he could do that, which was quite lovely. All right. Be well, my friends, and I'll let this play for a little bit.
It's Saturday, the 25th of November, and I'm really delighted to welcome the next guest to my podcast. It's David Snedeker. David Snedeker has his awakening 17 years ago and is the host of The Indoctrination, a live broadcast available on several social platforms. Since his first 2019 Facebook Live show with a handful of viewers, David has turned his passion for awakening fellow humans into a worldwide following. These followers, they call themselves Sneds or Snedheds. Dave has produced more than 1,100 live broadcasts and over 5,000 hours of content viewed by hundreds of thousands of people all over the world. These broadcasts attract approximately 20,000 views per show and is shared worldwide more than 800 times daily. The indoctrination format includes Dave's opening monologue, video and audio clips, viewer questions, fun factoids, and call-in guests. The show digs deep to help viewers better understand world events that just don't make any sense whatsoever. The show's name was inspired by David's belief that humanity has been indoctrinated by world establishment institutions and the dishonest media to blindly follow false narratives and not question anything. His main message encourages people to think for themselves and question things that do not add up. Dave is a successful film producer. He has made no less than 9 feature films and also has played and coached basketball at a professional level. David is also an engaging speaker, cares for others, and continues to be optimistic and realistic. He fosters collaboration, team building, and unity. He's most fulfilled when sharing his broad knowledge to enlighten others, encouraging them to awaken to the reality of the indoctrination and the ways in which we must shatter it. During his shows, Dave always dives deep into the Q board and connects the dots, and has been decoding the Q drops and deltas since October 2017 when Q first appeared. Dave has been putting these pieces together ever since in a lengthy and profound fashion. Hardly anybody in the Netherlands has ever heard of Dave Snedeker, and that's why I'm very honored to team up with him today. Welcome, Dave. How are you doing?
Good, Stephen. Thank you. And thank you for that wonderful introduction, and also introducing me to your audience and quite possibly, many in the Netherlands and Europe. So thank you.
Yeah. I hope you had a blessed Thanksgiving, Dave.
I did. It's a unique holiday to the United States, and we did. It's funny. It's the one meal or the one holiday that we get around. Basically, it all revolves around a meal. So,
are all the turkeys extinct now or not?
Yeah. They're all gone. They're gonna. They have a. There's a moratorium right now for another year, I think. So I think we're good. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it was wonderful.
It's one of those holidays that we haven't not yet adapted in the Netherlands. I mean, when you look at Mother's Day and Father's Day and Valentine's Day and Halloween, it's all come from America. But the Hallmark
holidays, right?
Yeah. So this Thanksgiving is really particularly American. Why do you think that's not spread out to the rest of the world? What do you think's behind this?
Well, I think just because it revolves around the sitting down with your neighbors who happen to be indigenous, because you listened to them the year before on how to plant, what seeds to use, how to tend, how to make sure your crops. Because the message that is in Thanksgiving to me, and I learned this from Rush Limbaugh many years ago, and did my own research on it, right? Yeah. And basically, the first year that they came, they were socialists. They basically said, we're all going to work the land, we're all going to benefit from it, but people didn't take ownership. And so a lot of people didn't work, they didn't tend, they didn't take care of things. And they had a problem, food shortage over that winter. So the next year, with the help of the Native Americans, they literally gave, people, you take this land, and you eat what you produce. And they had such an abundance from just that one simple idea. Stephen, you have your plot. David, you have your plot. You know, we can help each other out. We can share, right? But I've got to have something to bring to the table, literally the Thanksgiving table, right? So they got together with the Native Americans and they gave thanks for the abundance that they had because of capitalism.
Yeah, and Bill Gates is trying to take all that away. if
China and Bill Gates have taken farmland in mass quantities and mass acreage, and I know that Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas passed a bill recently that that says no Chinese ownership in Arkansas of farmland, and that needs to keep going in the right direction.
Yeah. I discovered in the pre-conversation that you have Dutch ancestors, Dave. I don't think many people know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know it until later in life, actually, and but supposedly, based on the research that's been done, we all came from Jan Snedeker, Jan or John. How do you pronounce it there?
Jan.
Jan.
It's like
Jan.
Yankees. Yankees. The Yankees it's made up of two Dutch names, Jan and Kees. Jan and Kees. Yankees.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. And what is Kees? Are they
Kees
basically two names?
It's a Dutch name. It's like
Okay.
Keith. Keith.
Oh,
Kees is
interesting.
Keith, and Jan is John.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Jan came over in 1620 to New Amsterdam, which was, that's why there's a Canal Street in Manhattan. That's
Stuyvesant.
Stuyvesant. Yeah.
Stuyvesant.
And it was all Dutch. It was basically, so much of it was created by the Dutch. And so, I haven't been to the Netherlands, but I do want to go and see if I can track that a little bit further, to see where it goes. See if I don't even know the different spelling in Holland, like if he spelled it and then changed it when he came over.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that. Snedeker. It sounds a bit like Schneideger, and Schneideger is German, but there's this N Snedeker, Schneider. Schneideger, Schneideger. Yeah, maybe.
I've looked up a couple like Snitker came up, and things like that. So I'm not sure. I need to look into that a little bit more.
Yeah. But I lost you a bit. I lost track of you because you went off the radar for a while. You just said you had personal problems. And last week I saw you with Dave and Nino, and I thought, well, he's back. He's back. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad I caught up with you, Dave, and very grateful that you would team up with me today. But there's been a lot of JFK the last week. I mean, it was 60 years anniversary of the JFK, and John, his birthday is today.
Oh, great call. That's right, because they literally
buried JFK on his birthday.
They had his funeral on his birthday.
Yeah, 3 days afterwards, and John was 3 years old.
Three. Yeah. Absolutely. It's all when you think about how well thought out that was.
It's satanic
in terms of the killing of his father, planning it on those particular days, the killing of him. When you think about how calculated and evil that is, it brings to mind, how are you going to fight something so calculated, so planned, so, as a maestro,
it's
orchestrated, right? I mean, you have these people behind the scenes doing the thing that you were doing up in front of, your orchestra and your audience. And they're doing it behind this curtain. We don't know who they are. We know who some of them are, but they have kept this, either low profile or false profile.
Mhm.
So to me, the Q drops are so vital because to me, that was the first time I ever saw an orchestration from the other side, from the good side
Yep.
versus the bad side, right? And
Mhm.
so it's going to take that kind of orchestration. And then when you start to see that orchestration actually coming together and making beautiful music, if you will, because they're predicting certain things that you're seeing happening, that you're like, how would they know about that?
Yeah.
And there are multiple predictions that Q has, made, that could not be, Q says,
How many
how many
coincidences?
before it's mathematically impossible, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Unbelievable.
and so that's why I really embraced that, because I felt that it was the same kind of thinking that we were up against,
Mhm.
but smarter, could see somehow into the future through Looking Glass, Yellow Cube, Tesla technology, Trump's uncle, wherever it came from. It is absolutely 100% obvious to me that the Q team has been able to either travel into or look into the future.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Just coming back to JFK and JFK Jr. Do you think JFK, the old JFK, do you think he died on that day? You know the story of J.D. Tippit?
That was his lookalike, right?
Yeah.
His double, if you will.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so couple things. One is I haven't gone too deeply into with my audience
Mhm.
the JFK and the JFK Jr. still being alive, a concept, right? We've talked about it quite a bit, but I haven't really hung my hat on it because it's one of those things that, like the flat earth we talked about briefly, maybe we'll get into later, that I didn't bring that to my audience right away because I didn't at the time, the public wasn't ready for it.
Mhm.
Right. And so it would, just like Trump has had to denounce Q. I didn't denounce flat earth. I just didn't really get into it, even though I'd gone into it a long time ago myself. Just because I wanted to focus, I thought it was going to be a shorter sprint. That's why I was doing 6-7 shows a week, 6-8 hours a show, for the early years, because I thought it was going to be over sooner than it was. A lot of us did, right? A lot of us didn't think that it would take this long and drawn out and so many things. So back to JFK. So I haven't gotten quite into, whether he's alive or whether he's not, because I've seen it to also take us down a road in the community that is not a good one. People showing up in Dallas, Texas, expecting to see JFK Jr.
Yeah.
And,
Negative
and I've said all along, what does that do for us?
Mhm.
How does that help move the needle forward other than make us look crazier than we already look to the people that we're trying to reach?
And it's distraction as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's distraction. I mean, the story about the RFK when he was asked if JFK Jr. was still alive and he had to touch his nose. Do you remember that one?
I have a very
is this one?
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
This, Bobby, this is extraordinary on so many levels. The Deitch memo, and this memo, all of the documents that are not in the public domain, and the Deitch memo is one of those documents. It was a discovery document that was given to me by Mike Hugo, one of the original lawyers in vaccine injury litigation, who they would settle before they got to a jury. And they had to do that because they could not have memos like this.
Yeah.
What do you think when you see this, Dave?
Okay, so a couple things. One, just for the audience, many of your audience I know already know this, but somebody had typed in there, it might be hard to see on the screen or if you're watching on your phone or listening, but somebody had typed in, please touch your nose if JFK Jr. is alive. right? And he kind of did this and kind of gave a mischievous smile too, right? Right. So I know his right hand in California Children's Health Defense. I've had her on the show. I've coached her kids, and she's Denise Young. I asked her about that, and she said that he regrets that because he wasn't really doing that, and that people have made such a big deal out of it.
Okay.
Now, I would first say that he's got to say that, right? Just like Trump has got to denounce Q, okay? Because he knew he was going to run. He knew that Q would, discredit him. And so he had to distance himself from that. So, and by the way, I was going to have Bobby on before I went on sabbatical, and I'm hoping to get an interview with him through my friend Denise and just help get his message out. And I think his message is so vitally important that I don't want to see him get mixed up with Q right now. Because I will tell you this, I do think that Junior is alive. And
that would be great. I mean, he could heal the world in his own way. I mean, he could unite people. And RFK has even said openly in public, the CIA have killed my uncle and my father. He said it.
Yeah. Do you know David Straight?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a friend of mine. And and David has met Junior twice. He was in
Rossmore or something like it.
In the helicopter. Yeah, he was in the helicopter on July 4th.
Wow.
Yeah. And I know David has some very deep connections in that circle. And yet I still don't hang my hat on this being true just because we don't need to. It's a distraction. People have come out pretending to be him, and it's been a distraction. That's, to me, that's stolen valor. If you're pretending to be JFK Jr., it's just stolen valor. If you're pretending to be JFK, it's stolen valor. Now, I do believe that if we are looking back through history, you're going to see some people that were a part of government, were a part of the military, that saw what happened on November 22nd, 1963, and knew that what they were telling us was a lie. We now know that when the Warren Commission came out with their report in '68, people had already been challenging it. And we now know that the CIA sought out the help of Edward Bernays, who was Sigmund Freud's nephew, who read his book on psychoanalysis, who brought basically Uncle Siggy's book to the Madison Avenue and to Pennsylvania Avenue to manipulate the masses. We know that Goebbels was a student of his through his reading his books. We see the things that Bernays did and how to manufacture consent. And so he created conspiracy theorists and conspiracy theory. And people still use that to this day to discredit people like you and I that are just asking more questions and seeking more answers than others.
Yeah, let's just dive into this Q, Dave. You know about Operation Trust, 100-year-old psyop repackaged, and they think this Q thing is the Operation Trust from the Bolsheviks 100 years ago, repackaged. Can you debunk this? Yeah.
So the this type of information has been used before. This type of, an operation trust. And that's why, as you may remember from, some of my shows, that I have taken my audience down both paths, right? I have said, okay, Q is a psychological operation meant to, make us complacent, because Q and the military are coming to save us. They're coming to save the world. So we don't need to do anything, just sit back. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, And that's what they did with Operation Trust, right? So if that were the case, I would compare them. But every time I go down that path with my audience of, what if it's black hats? What if it's people trying to, control us? There's a lot of criticism about Donald Trump. Okay. And is he taking us down a false path? Because he's obviously linked with Q as well. And so the problem is that this kind of psychological operation never would have worked in Russia had they not gotten the guns. They have not gotten our guns. The United States, I believe, is the last bastion of true freedom, because we have a 350 million people.
Second Amendment.
And we have the Second Amendment, and we have probably at least that many guns. Without question, at least that many guns. Not by every person, but I've got enough guns for 4. My friend's got enough guns for 8. My other friend's got enough guns for 20. You know what I mean? It's like, so we're good. We're there, but you also wonder, have we been dumbed down so much? Have we been weakened so much by the air, the water, the food, the pharmaceuticals, right? The ill health, right? Have we been weakened so much that we are not capable of choosing the time when we actually load the guns and use them?
And television as well, education.
Yeah, the mind. Yeah.
Tell live vision. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that I think that because they didn't get the guns, which was part of the 16-year plan, Obama and Hillary, and we saw that with all the, what Bill Cooper called. I was just reading this. Called Project Orion, right? Behold a pale horse. And this man was talking about all this stuff way, way ahead of the game, right?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was fatal for him as well.
And it killed him for it. Yeah. And so it's so when you go down that path with Q, and you go down, and one of the other things I said about Trump was that when I voted for him the first time, I basically looked and I saw everybody that was against him. And I said, he's my guy, right? I didn't just go on, well, he's outsider, he's a billionaire, he's brash, I didn't go by those things. I went by who was against him. And then I said, okay, this is my guy. And here's the other thing I said. He puts his name on anything, on everything. If he screws this up, I was saying this back then, the Trump name, you might as well stay in a Motel 6.
He won't be able to walk down the street, and his family as well,
Yeah, his Trump name is destroyed, right? And so to me, his ego works to the benefit of American population, and I think obviously the world, as we've seen what's unraveled since he's been gone. So with the Trump situation, with the and also seeing Trump bringing in the other options as we were waiting for the vaccine, the hydroxychloroquine, the ivermectin, the monoclonal antibodies, the natural immunity that he was talking about, right? But there was a certain percent of the population, and I'm sure that you have your certain mindset of how much in the Netherlands, but there's a certain percentage of the population that absolutely, without a doubt, needed that vaccine because of the brainwashing.
Indoctrinated,
Yeah.
Completely. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and he didn't have to do this, really, Trump. He didn't really have to do it. But I think Trump is such a patriot, and he loves America so much that he had to do this. He had to do this.
I think that, there's also the friendship between him and John Jr., right? There's the love of New York, the love of their country.
It's terrible what's happening to New York now, It's terrible what's happening now.
I lived in New York off and on for 6 years. I learned how to make films in New York City. I filmed that all over New York City, in Brooklyn and Queens, and played basketball in Madison Square Garden, and and at St. John's, and these different New York schools, and I loved New York City. We had the Big East tournament there, and Big East is one of the leagues I played in when I was at Providence. I love New York City. I wouldn't go back. You couldn't pay me to live there. And this is a part of, they had to speed up the rate, because and here's one of my theories about this whole situation is that the deep state has been moving slowly, right? If you look at Orwell, I speak about this a lot because it's such a key component to this whole thing, right? That Orwell and Huxley, were at Eton College, right? Huxley was his English teacher. Eric Blair was the student who later became George Orwell, his pen name. In 1984 was a 100-year homage to the Fabian Society. They were both part of the Fabian Society. They saw the blueprint and and they just predicted what it was going to look like. And the Fabian Society has, you've seen the crest, the crest, and the mascot is a turtle. And the turtle represents.
It's been going on for thousands of years. It's been going on for thousands of years. This.
Yeah, right. And the turtle represents this. It says, "When I strike hard," right? And that is this small little turtle, and the crest is the wolf in sheep's clothing. So what kind of organization is this, right? Well, it's the organization that the turtle represents socialism, which is the well-strewn pathway to communism. And it moves slowly. So much so that we don't even notice it. But what happens when that turtle gets sped up? And what we're seeing in the cities around the world, what we're seeing in the border here in the United States, the people that we're seeing fighting for the right to kill babies, whether they be, 8 weeks in, 10 weeks in, 3 months in, 9 months in.
Doing it now after birth,
After birth. We're seeing how much they have invested in Planned Parenthood, in the culling of the population. And so because everything is sped up, now people are seeing it. And that's why, Q said you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. And they're allowing all this to take place.
Yeah, absolutely.
I showed with one frame of video that the Biden inauguration was not shot live. As a director,
different weather patterns. People
Yep.
were sitting at different places. They had different clothes on, and it was broadcast. I think half an hour too early in England and Spain. They saw it before the Americans saw it.
Well, that was debunked. That was a Charlie Ward, thing that was debunked. Like he had the 4 years ahead video, and that was his his mistake, if you will. But it definitely it definitely was not what we thought it was.
No.
And it was completely orchestrated, if you will, right? And
Castle Rock, David. Was it Castle Rock?
No. Well, here's the thing. I was still in LA when people were talking about the next election. Or I'm sorry, the inauguration and everything being done at the studios. And I went to the studio where people were saying it was happening, and showed that it wasn't. I do believe that there was probably possibly the one down in Atlanta. That was, I believe it was, well, the one I showed that didn't happen was Sony. The one in Atlanta was, that was Perry's facility. And it could have very easily been shot there. But we definitely know that it was not shot live. And do you remember, I'm actually just looking for it and seeing if I have it handy. I was going to show you the just the one frame, but it was definitely yeah, it was a show. It was a show. It was the beginning of the show that we are now 3 years into, right?
A good movie needs good actors.
Central casting, right?
Yeah.
And we definitely know that that this was Trump talks about it all the time. He talks about central casting, right? And yeah, if I pull that up, I'll definitely show. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here, let me do oh, they're not showing the whole thing. By the way, if you go on YouTube, they have cut out what I've shared. In terms of like they're not showing the full inauguration. They should have, every news channel should have the straight inauguration, and they've taken it down. And so it's really, yeah, it's unbelievable. I should be on another. It should be on BitChute. You're on BitChute, aren't you?
Yeah.
There's some good stuff. On BitChute. Yeah. So it's just it's the show that we are being shown, and I believe that if Q wasn't engaging so many people locally, at state level, at the national level, across the world, it is where we go one, we go all. You're wearing the Q sweatshirt. This started the revolution. It's not like my understanding of the Operation Trust was it wasn't the start of the revolution, right? It was to quell the revolution, right? And so I believe that we're looking at the real deal here when it comes to Q.
Yeah,
And
but Q says you're watching a movie, but I think we are part of the movie, David.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, we're all playing a role. We're all playing a role. And I do believe that there are a lot of people in our community that are playing a role that is not serving our community and has actually created discouragement in our community. Because when you keep saying to people, Trump's coming back by the end of this month, or Trump's coming back when, and you're saying it's all going to happen this week, and the QFS is happening, and
no outside comms.
No outside comms. Exactly. And the way I've stayed safe, and I've said this, multiple times, is when this is all said and done, I'm going to be standing, because I haven't, I certainly had my hopes up about things happening sooner. But I have never said it's going to happen by this time or what happened or what have you. I will talk about some predictive programming things like I did with Nino the other day, and the decode I did on Ingersoll Lockwood's and with some other gentlemen that I shared their video, was that something major was going to happen on the 16th that involved the firmament and the possible opening of the firmament.
Yeah.
And
Elon Musk called it the sky event, huh?
Yeah, Q called it a sky event, right? And Musk did.
Yeah.
And Musk, by the way, just mentioned Q this morning.
Q asterisk anon, I think. Was it that yesterday, I think, or something?
That was yesterday.
Has he
this morning, he posted this that I haven't had a chance. He says, "Guys, I found Q."
Oh wow, I missed that.
Let me share that.
Sorry, yeah. Missed that one.
Guys, I found Q with an asterisk. On Hodge-Riemann cohomology classes, Julius Ross and Matei Toma. Abstract, we prove that Schur classes of Neff vector bundles are limits of classes that have a property analogous to the Hodge-Riemann bilinear relations. We give a number of applications, including one, new log concavity statements about characteristic classes of Neff vector bundles, two, long log concavity statements about Schur and related polynomials, three, another proof that normalized Schur polynomials are Lorentzian. I think I probably understood about 5 words in that whole paragraph. Okay. So, introduction. Since the dawn of time, human beings have asked some fundamental questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Is there life after death? Unable to answer any of these, in this paper, we will consider cohomology classes on a compact projective manifold that have a property analogous to the Hard-Lefschetz theorem and Hodge-Riemann bilinear relations. So I don't know what he's getting at here. And I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I share that so that your audience can start there and go from there. But the fact that he is getting engagement of this topic is the primary. I said I did a short post on Rumble, the indoctrination on Rumble, no space. That I did a short one on Thanksgiving. That what's the reason why it's coming out of Musk is obvious. It's because he's the poster boy for the left. He was the icon for the left, and it was so this information had to come not from Q, not from Trump, not from you or me, not from the right-leaning, mainstream pundits. It had to come from somebody the left respected and revered, which was Elon Musk. He was going to take us to space. He was putting up satellites that were allowing, war-torn countries to communicate and do their revolution. He's saving the planet with his electric cars. Stephen, I don't know if you know this, but he's saving the planet single-handedly.
It looks so real because it looks so fake, or something like Tesla.
Yeah. When he put the Tesla into space, are you kidding me?
And he also mentioned Pizzagate in a tweet. Was it last week?
Yes. And by the way, that's an example. What's that? Say again.
They must be sweating now. Sweating it out,
Yeah. I think every time that we've seen a potential awakening, if you will, that people thinking, oh, it's going to be this weekend. This weekend it's going to happen. The suicide weekend, and it's going to be the Twitter tweet, from Trump and et cetera. For me, I thought that was a way to torture the cabal, because they're like, is it this weekend? Is it is this the last weekend I'm going to be able to see my family? Is this the last weekend I'm going to be enjoy a scotch? Is this going to be the last? Go ahead.
It wasn't even. It doesn't even have to be Trump that posted this storm tweet. It was never mentioned that Trump was going to do this storm tweet. It could be anybody else, really.
Well, it said
when
look to Twitter.
Trump departs Friday or something like it.
Yeah, and it was I believe it was 55. And it's basically November 2nd, 2017. Look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. And you're absolutely right it does not say it's going to come from Trump. Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see another Q post before long, Dave?
That's a great question. I have shown that Q's still talking to us. Okay, from the whether it be News Unlocks the Map, right? Which, to your audience, if they're not familiar, if you see a headline and you go in and you see what Q said about that headline, much of the time what you're seeing is impossible, because Q is talking about that exact thing 4 years ago.
Future proofs past.
3 years ago. Future proofs past, right? And so that's one way that Q is still alive and well. And I use the analogy of the Bible. A lot of people will, the Bible, we haven't heard from, the word of God in, thousands of years, maybe, right? But people still pick up their Bible. They still read it, right? Nino used the analogy of a car manual, right? Nothing new has been written about my 2011 Acura. Okay. Nothing new has been written about it other than maybe some, recalls or whatever. You go to the manual if you want to change your oil and you look at how to do that. It still has very viable information in it. So that's where Q is still alive to me. And so the other thing is that, and also deltas, right? For example, when Feinstein had her funeral, it was on October 5th, right? And on October 5th, one of the only two pictures that I've found in all of the Q drops of Dianne Feinstein was right here on the day of her funeral.
Right.
What are the odds? Right? Well, they're mathematically impossible if you start to really look at it. Here she's getting in the face of Murkowski during the Kavanaugh hearings because she was engaged to make sure that Kavanaugh did not become a Supreme Court, because without him, we don't undo the legally inaccurate representation of abortion in America. Because if it's not mentioned in the Constitution specifically, the decision reverts to the states.
Yep.
So the Supreme Court didn't say you can't have an abortion in the United States of America. They said it's not a constitutional right, and that the decision reverts to the states. That's legally binding. If somebody is for abortion or had abortion, or just hear me out here. It's not about what you think, what you believe, what I think, what I believe. This was a legal error that happened 50 years ago that allowed for the murder of, I know the numbers are somewhere in the ballpark of 63 million Black babies alone.
Unbelievable.
Which was the agenda of Margaret Sanger and her financier,
Gates.
Gates' father.
Gates' father, William Gates. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
So that's an example of Q still alive. Now, the other thing that I've shared is that I do believe that this here is the next bit of communication that we've been getting from the Q team.
You think this is an official Space Force website, Dave? Because not everybody believes this. Some believe it's a complete hoax. But the information on it's quite remarkable, because they've got information on secret UFO projects. They've got the UAP projects, a whole bunch of it there, and executive orders. And for instance, 18348, 13848. And if you look at if you take the second row, the second sentence, and you go to the ETC at the end. A bit further, a bit further, bit backwards, bit back, a bit no, up. Yeah, right, the ET, you got the ET, you got the C, and you got the dot. The ET and the C and the dot. It's unbelievable what pops up there.
Yeah, this is All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. U.S. government's efforts to address unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAPs, which is basically UFOs. And so that's to kind of, show what our government's doing. You went to the
ET, yeah.
And you got UFOs.
Yep.
Right. And so there are, what's the purpose of this? Well, first of all, let me answer your question, because you justifiably so are challenging the legitimacy of this website and its connection to Q.
So, yeah.
Say that again.
It would be a distraction. People are looking here and you don't see what's happening there.
Yeah. So, some people called Q a distraction, right? Mm-hmm. We do know that Q went through DoD servers at one point. We do know that there was that connection. I do know that this website is connected. I have seen the URL connection to Space Force.
Okay.
And so that told me, yes, this is connected to Space Force directly. I have done the research. This is on the 10th floor of a building on 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's also a company called Patriot Strategies, which let me see. Let me make sure I'm giving you what you're seeing. Patriot Strategies there, right?
Yep.
Okay. So this website, they are in the same office, if you will. And now it's one of those virtual offices. Okay. You see 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest Suite 1025. Okay. I called this site. And another gentleman came up, and I'm probably going to forget how to find that particular site, but there's another a gentleman that is doing consulting for the military who comes up from the same site. Okay. And let me see if I can find him on here. And I think I can. I think that's how I found him. Okay, George Patriot Seymour, President and CEO of Patriot Strategies. Okay, is one. Stephen Hoffman, and I believe it went to. I believe it was this gentleman that I called. Did not pick up, but I called. So there's some connection here that makes me wonder, what are they doing? Right now, in a situation like this, now the thing that I did bring up, and I shared in my broadcast with David, was that they predicted some things through the pictures, right? The pictures, right? And the one picture that I did showed something, a black projectile hitting the let me see if I have that handy. And as a matter of fact, let me do this. I think I have it.
There was a date as well, 11/16/23 or something like it.
Yeah. And I thought I had it. Oh, I must have it in another one. But it's so basically the picture. There we go. Let me see if I can pull it out of this one. Bear with me here, folks. Okay. And so they predicted on this particular day that what was going to happen was something was going to pierce the firmament. Now, what I didn't get a chance to do with David, because he had to jump off, and I thought we were going to have a follow-up the next day, but that's been moved to the 29th,
okay.
Was that that Elon Musk had a launch planned for the 16th.
It was delayed 2 days.
Yeah, it was delayed 2 days to the 18th, but it was planned for the 16th, which was my decode. And that decode also, it was a black projectile. Elon Musk's rocket, the first one that is black on the top of the rocket.
It's got the shape of an arrow as well.
Yeah, right. Like a piercing, like something that's going to be pierced.
Shall we just show it, Dave? Shall we show it?
Yeah, yeah, sure. You have it up, and
Yeah,
I'll look for that. I'll look for that other thing. Yeah. So see, the tip of that is black.
It looks like an arrow.
sure does. Now, I would love to.
Apart from it might be CGI. I mean, it's going to be fake.
I think this part was real, just because so many people got this footage. But it's very likely. I mean, a lot of people got the footage with, planes in it on 9/11 as well. But I'd love to hear your take on what happens here very soon.
Yeah, there was a short video clip going over Telegram where somebody says it was the ether. The rocket is hitting the ether, but I mean, you know what Operation Fishbowl is and what Operation Dominic is in the 90s. And this looks really that the rocket or a part of the rocket is hitting the firmament. You see rippling water. I mean, it's very You can see it before it hits. You can see it skimming across the firmament like a speedboat.
Yeah. You see the excitement with everybody thinking that it's going into space, right? Completely oblivious.
See how fast it goes?
Space doesn't exist.
Like,
no.
Let's go. Look. Oh, man.
There's a speedboat.
Speedboat, yeah.
This is history.
He's just bouncing off the firmament.
It's Brad.
Now, here's where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
Let's go. No way.
Where's it coming back to land over here?
Yeah, and the rocket lands in the Atlantic Ocean, eh? Bermuda Triangle.
Was that where it landed?
I think
supposedly.
so. Or Point Nemo, one of the two.
What was the official explanation for that explosion?
I don't know. Do you know?
I don't. Just that everybody was talking about whether it was a failure or a success. And Musk said, well, we learned things from it. So it was a success, right? Meanwhile, what the hell was that? Like, it didn't explode. It didn't, catch fire, right? There was no fire. It hit something or just exploded as water or as air or as, so to me, I thought leading up to that they were going to try to pierce the firmament, like you said, with, Operation, Fishbowl. Dominic was they dropped them. Fishbowl was, they actually sent, one of them was Thor, a rocket that, and to try to explode the firmament and break through it.
18 million cracks, Clinton said. It's got 18 million cracks in it. You've still not been able to get through that highest glass ceiling.
Who said that?
Hillary Clinton. In her speeches.
Oh, yes. With the glass ceiling?
Still not been able to pierce this glass ceiling, but it has 18 million cracks. And Obama's mentioned it as well.
Yeah.
So
to me, Ingersoll Lockwood predicted that exact thing, that couldn't have been done until 2 days later because
You mean Ingersoll Lockwood, the
they-
writer or the website? To be clear,
say again, the website Ingersoll Lockwood.
you mean the website. You don't mean the writer, do you?
No. The writer. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, have you read anything of those that you have not heard people talk about? Like, was there anything that those books, by diving into them, that were exposed to you?
I must be very honest. I haven't read them fully yet, David. So
Okay.
I cannot answer
All
that
right.
question.
So obviously the lawyer writer of the late 19th century was Ingersoll Lockwood, and he wrote about things that supposedly happened, are happening now. The Trump living on Fifth Avenue, the Baron Trump, the son, a man named Pence. The look of these two is quite interesting, right? Quite, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, if you went into a police officer and say, hey, I was just mugged, give us tell us what he looks like, the sketch artist would draw what Ingersoll Lockwood drew, and then they'd go out and arrest Baron Trump. Okay. Okay. They say, you're our guy, man. You match. We need to get you in a lineup. Okay. So it's eerie how close that is and compare and looks. But so the website, and I was hoping I was going to be able to find this before while you were playing that, because I'm trying to show your audience the actual picture that I was using, and I will find that. And I know people have seen it, but I do want to show.
I will help you find it as well.
Thank you. And the one I'm talking about. It's got the rabbit and the. Okay. So.
Winds in the east.
Yep, there's one of those videos. By the way, they're also, Ingersoll Lockwood is also pointing us to Run on the Bank from Mary Poppins. That we know that there are major changes that are happening in the banking world right now. We also know Q, by the way, said, there are three sides of the triangle. There's the Saudi Arabia, there's the Rothschilds, and there's Soros. And they took out Saudi Arabia already. They took care of that.
Plus, Dave.
What's that? Yeah, plus. Exactly. Right. And the first plus was Saudi Arabia. The second plus and the second side of the triangle is Rothschilds. And the third is Soros. And if you look at the way things are happening, the second one is probably the most difficult to take down because it's the bankers. Because that's all the central banks. And it's Israel. And we're saving Israel for last. However, they're going to take out, I think, soon after that, Soros, because after this all collapses, the banking and all that collapses, people are going to understand that the media is the problem. Yeah. And look at what we're seeing with Media Matters. Okay, now many of us went through this years ago with Pizzagate, but David Brock, who owns Media Matters and is a Soros puppet, is married to James Elefantis, who owns Pizza, the Comet Pizza, and is implicated in Pizzagate as, kind of running the show. As a pizza, store owner, was one of the top 50 people in DC in terms of power. And I've never met a pizza guy who had that much power. So how did he get it? He must make a hell of a pie. I'll tell you that much, Stephen.
Yeah.
Let me see. Did you find anything?
I'm still searching, Dave. It's so difficult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my apologies. I have,
That's no
yeah, we
problem.
have
Every,
so
every
much,
comma,
right?
every dot, every comma you have to check, you know.
Well, here is the, let me see if I even have that, that video, but this is the, let me see if I can pull this up for you here. This is a screenshot of the, of that video that I shared from Deta 910. And this gentleman, I don't see his coordinates here, but this is the projectile, which to me looks like the Musk's ship could be, right? Some people thought meteor. And look at this splash. Look at this crack opening of this hourglass, right? And this is water here, right? Some of this is sand, right? But there's water here splashing, and it was just like the splash we just witnessed in terms of a splash of water. And so to me, when I see this, and this is all happening, and this launch was supposed to happen on the 16th, this was really good intel by Ingersoll Lockwood. So it gives, to me, it gives credibility to the website as being a possible communication tool that is currently being utilized. Because what we don't know is if Q had to leave 4chan, then Q had to leave 8chan, and then went to 8kun, because each. Holy cow, man, is that guy putting me to sleep or what? Man, his voice is like, I mean, are you kidding me? What are you doing? Meditation tapes, pal? What's going on over here? Who is this guy?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, man. That's all I can say. You got to do what you got to do. You know, and like I said, you got the whole weekend with these guys. So if you guys are listening right now,
hold on. Let's make sure that they're listening before you. Let me see, because I'm not seeing my the mic. There it is. Yes. Wait a minute. You know what I mean? How it pulses when you talk?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I'm not seeing that.
Normally that means that you're muted.
It's not, though. I already checked. Hey, guys, will you leave a message as to if you're able to hear us or not? I'm sure you probably are.
Give a 5 by 5.
Yeah. It's we're at 287 beautiful humans, and it's asking me to reload site. I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Oh, is that the BitChute site?
StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. Let me hotspot and hop on for a minute, because that way there. Then if you refresh StreamYard
yeah, I got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You might drop the broadcast. So
yeah, go ahead. Hello, guys. All right. I think we're back. Hey, you hear us both. Okay. All right. Okay. 5-5. All right. Good. But now on my end, I wasn't seeing any feedback whatsoever. So everything was frozen on my screen. And so
Okay. Well, I'm gonna enter the studio right now.
I think we're good.
So that
I think
there,
we're
then-
good. If
yeah,
if you don't need to do anything, we could do it like this, where you could get on whatever you want.
I'll go ahead and hop on.
Okay.
Because this way here, then it frees up how much bandwidth you're using off your phone. So because when you're doing that's that was one of the reasons why you and Todd used to have the problems that you had.
All right. I got you. All right. Go ahead and jump on. We'll handle technical stuff. Yeah. All right. Thanks. See you. All right. Thanks. Okay, folks. So how you doing? And how many of you did I wake up when I came on? Actually, just let's be honest here. Yeah, it's kind of a mellow evening. And so yeah, Huck's going to come on separately. So thanks for that feedback on his. Sounds like he's in a bucket. But so, what did you all think about Musk's rocket hitting the firmament and disappearing, and the firmament sealing back up? I'd love your feedback on that. Did you watch it? No opinions.
I really like that explanation that kid gave.
Hold on, say that again, Hawk.
I really love the explanation that kid gave made in regards to the ether.
Oh yeah, that was pretty trippy, and I believe it, but I do believe that the firmament was pierced, and I don't think he hit that ether. I think that rocket went through the ether and through the because otherwise it would still be there. It disappeared.
Yeah, well, it didn't come back down. So, yeah, so it was gone. And the thing is with the ether, if something had exploded, then we would have seen some type of explosion, no different than what we saw with the Challenger and so on.
Hold on, Hawk. Hold on. Hey guys, this conversation and the feedback we're looking for is from people that actually saw the video I did with Steven here and Nino's interviews, or saw it separately yourself. But what I'm talking about is the rocket doing its separation, and the one that continued starting to kind of show waves, right, Hawk? Like, I think that's when it was going through that ether part.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because it was kind of like when a person does a belly flop in a swimming pool. How the water spreads out and then envelopes back in on top of them is exactly what it reminded me of.
Did anybody
I
just
lived
feel
in California for a while? We've seen a lot of belly flops.
I was just going to say, how many folks in the audience actually felt pain in their belly when Hawk was describing the belly flop? Because we've all been there, right? And some of them didn't turn out too well. Let's just say that. Okay. So this discussion, and then saw, and how many of you saw that it sealed back up on that interview I did? Or like I said, separately. So this was real. It was filmed by multiple people, individuals. There's no CGI there. We saw the Ingersoll Lockwood comm, that said it was going to be pierced, and then we actually see it done on the day that Ingersoll Lockwood predicted it was going to happen, but then they had to delay the rocket launch 2 days later. Folks, are we so desensitized that we don't see how absolutely astronomically significant what I just said is, and how it plays such an important part and lesson in this great awakening, that we can see that we are being given clues. The reason we're being given clues is so that we can enjoy the show. We're not enjoying the show. We're miserable. We've lost friends.
Yeah.
We've lost friends. We've lost family. To death, to disease, to the splitting us apart. The cabal splitting humanity apart in every way and shape they can, through religion, through race, through gender, through just being ourselves. But now we have to wear masks and stand 6 feet apart. They have completely dominated us for our entire lives, as we've been enslaved, and we have worked for the first 4 or 5 months for people we don't even know, and for something we're not even getting a good return on. And here we are at a time when all of those things have been heightened beyond even the wildest of imagination. And we're snapping. We're breaking down. We're committing suicide. We're divorcing. Horrible things are happening around us. Horrible things. And to us. And we're at a breaking point. And what I've gotten from Q, and I think so much of humanity has gotten from Q, is they're on our side. There are people that are on our side. And those people are trying to let us know that. They're communicating to us in ways that we should understand that they can't just come right out and say it. And they are saying it in the only way that they can. And they leave us breadcrumbs. They call them that. They call them crumbs. The Q, Socratic question to engage the mind of the Anons, of the autists initially, and to build this level of anons, some on the board, some off, some early, some late. But we need closers. And that's where we're at right now. We're closing this deal. We're putting an end to this game. And if the only thing we needed to make this happen was a attaboy, a support from this entity known as Q, and the awakening it created. We are here now. There is no need to debate how. There is no need to look for blame, no need to look for glory. But we just need to come to the real lies in the past that we've been told. But we must realize that and step away from it and step into just really communicating with one another and looking across at another who we disagree with and just take a step back and just ask each other quite gently, are we really thinking this through? Are we really thinking about who we are and where we live? And how we got here? And even though we'll challenge the mechanic on how much it's going to cost to fix our car, or send something back just because we don't like the color, or as we go through this world, if we could just ask ourselves to do better, to take responsibility for where we are in humanity and own that. And if we own that responsibility, then we're going to automatically, if we really own it, we're going to automatically ask ourselves how we can do better so that it doesn't happen again. And I think that we're going to welcome the answers that come from that. I think we're going to, if we're being honest with ourselves, I think we're going to realize that we should question what we're told. We should question motive. and not just from the mechanic, but from our entire education system, our entire hospital system, our entire medical pharmaceutical system. You see, we know now that Rockefeller took that all over. We know he was a son of a bitch. We know he killed women and children. At Ludlow. And then bought his way back into the grace of the sheep who were being tossed around by the robber barons and funneled into cattle lines and pens. We are aware of all those things now. There's no need to focus on the detail or the one more point to make about that particular person or who was really involved. We get caught in the minutia when all we really need to do is understand that the system was rigged against us and that we aren't going to tolerate that anymore. And the people that have been perpetuating this level of human slavery are going to pay a price for that and aren't going to be in those positions ever again. And we will bring in new people with much, much, much higher accountability and expertise than the ones we got rid of. And we're going to do it with a lot fewer people and a lot less money. And we're going to pay a flat tax to take care of the basics. And we're going to give a leg up for those who don't have one. And we're going to do it with grace and with no expectation of any kind of repayment. That's the true altruism that will be brought about in humanity. I'll tell you why later. Humanity is on the brink of something really, really spectacular or horrible. And guess who gets to decide? We do. It's not even close. It's all been a game. But we forgot how to play. That's straight from the keyboard of Q. The people that I've been following that make up this 17th letter have seen the future. They have seen the future, and it can't be disputed because we've seen it proven many times. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? This wasn't an accident. And if Q were a black hat operation, they would have been done by now. Why are all the pedos being exposed? Why is Pizzagate back in the news? Why are we getting free press on Twitter? Freedom of speech on the largest big tech platform of its kind. For the first time. We got to think about that. 75 Church Commission, William Colby told Congress they had 400 assets, 400 agents, paid CIA agents in mainstream media. 400 through the 60s up to 75. There were 3 television networks. 3. Hell, you could throw 10 in each and you wouldn't even be denting the 400. You could put 100 in each, 1,000 in each. Not 1,000. But you get the picture. And how many newspapers? Big ones? How many radio station companies? How many magazines? That covers it. You know how easy that is to manipulate? With that many people and with unlimited resources, budget, you can brainwash an entire population. And you know what? They did. They got us. They got all of us. everybody's running for the doors. Not me. They didn't get me. They didn't get me. I've been awake. I've been in it now. What are you going to get, a medal statue? What do you say? We all just say, yeah, they got us. Because even the ones that might have been awake since they were born still had to live in it. We all did. And look at it. Look what we've done. Look what we've done. This isn't a climate speech. That, if you want to get into it, carbon doesn't increase the temperature. Huh. How do you know? Well, they did core sample studies. 1,000 feet below the surface, core sample studies to see the fauna of the time period. And grab the little air bubbles and test the air in the sealed for billions of years air bubbles. And they could see how much carbon was in the atmosphere and base it on the temperature based on the life that still was represented by the strata of soil and rock and dirt. They did that in Antarctica, which we now know is an ice wall that holds all the water in for us. And it protects us from getting to the base of the firmament and possibly through tunnels to other lands beyond our firmament that we've actually seen old maps of and have been told stories and tales of and have experienced life from. It's all there for us. All the information that we've been lied to about, it's all there for us. And everybody that has questioned and challenged what we've been told here since our birth should be applauded, lauded, appreciated for questioning what we've been told, having the courage to stand up and say, you know what? I looked into that, like I really looked into it because, I don't know, something was just telling me something wasn't right. Like, I don't know, like an instinct, a gut feeling where I can't drive to the store in the back seat of a car lest I get sick from motion. And yet I'm supposed to believe that I'm flying around in space at like what, 800 meters per second or something. Like, I don't know. I can't even calculate that high. But you get the drift. It's fast. It's going really fast, like faster than we've ever even imagined. Oh, and did I tell you that we're also spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? Have you ever been 1,000 miles per hour? Because I haven't. But I can't even imagine it because I've been at 20 miles per hour. Wouldn't jump off a car at that speed. Wouldn't want to get hit by anything at that speed. Even a guy on a bike. 40, 50, 60, 70. Oh, officer, I wasn't doing more than 63. Stick your head out the window at 80, at 90. By the way, try hold a mattress on at like 30. Did that yesterday. Excuse me. But the fastest I've ever been is 140 miles an hour. No, I was 200. Sorry, forgot the Autobahn, Germany. 200 kilometers. I've been fast, but not the kind of fast that they're trying to talk us into, that we're traveling and spinning. When I think about it, and when I really think about it, I think about how was I ever not, why didn't I ever question that? Why didn't I ever question that? And because it all seems so absurd right now. But I tell you, everything I'm talking about, everything I'm sharing from my life, from my research, from my heart, from my loss, from my pain, without any real concern about getting something in return. And to be in that position, like a lot of us, like all of us, I had to say that I was wrong. How many people do we know that have a difficult time saying, I was wrong? There are people who spend a fortune laying on a couch because they can't say those words. And they're trying to find out who to blame for their position in life. So what do you say that the people that said, you know what, I was wrong. I thought this was this. I thought this was this, and that was that. And I realize now that I was wrong about those things. And when I thought about why or how I could have been wrong, I'm, pretty bright guy, high IQ, did okay in school. I had to perform in basketball and football and, things that I'd pick up along the way and just interact with humanity. I've had to use my brain. I've had to be alert and bright and sharp and discerning. And I'm what you would call an intellectual because I love to learn. I love to read. I love to watch documentaries versus fiction. I'm weird like that. But I like a good story. But it's not just because it's a hobby. It's because it's humanity. It's the fate of humanity. And what that might look like, especially if we do something and if we don't do something to change our course. And so we lie to ourselves. We lie to ourselves about where we are and how we are living our lives and what we're willing to put up with. The rest of humanity not getting to have a barbecue with friends or have their innocence through their high school years or get married and have children, to be drug-free. There are so many people that are hurting. The children that we know in our hearts. It's not about whether we've been commissioned to do it or directed to do it. It's like, no, that's all external mind brainwashing nonsense. It's the same feeling that we must have about our child and how to take care of that child and how to protect that child. Because we've had to learn it ourselves. And the damage that was done along the way that we experienced in our lives is there so that we make sure that no one else has to feel the kind of pain that we felt. That is part of the humanity that we've forgotten. It's been expelled from our civilization. When you realize what lengths they have to go through every single day of audio, visual stimulation, conditioning, programming, water with fluoride and chemicals and lithium, and air with barium, aluminum, ball, They are spraying Baal, the god of sacrifice, the satanic deity, in our air. All of this they must do, weaken our food, ruin our soil, manipulate our seeds, manipulate our livestock, farm our livestock where the chickens don't see the light of day, and a cow never touches a blade of grass. We've lost our way, and we're looking to blame somebody else for it. The journey of the mind does not have windows. We need to be able to say, I was wrong. And for those of us who have already done that, that's powerful. But we need to run through the finish line with the way in which we interact with ourselves honestly and interact with others honestly. We don't have to keep doing it wrong. We have a choice. The choice is ours. If we own our power, the one that they're so terrified of, that they have to drug us, weaken us, pummel us, arrest us, incarcerate us, indoctrinate us. That's how powerless they really are. We welcome those who have not yet said, I was wrong. We welcome you. We will not judge you, even though you have judged us. We ask you to understand that it was not easy for us to do what we did and to stand where we stand, where it once was an empty room. And as the years went by, people came along and stopped and talked. And we broke bread and we drank wine and we smoked and we loved. And we created something so special. And we've gotten away from that. We've allowed them to push us 6 feet away from that. We allowed them to keep us from our loved ones while they were dying. And they were killing them. We let that happen. We allowed ourselves to be manipulated by the most incredibly technical and brilliant and hormone-inducing technology. Our phones, our computers, our laptops, our VR goggles, our dish TV, our cable, our streaming services, our Hollywood movies, our Hollywood music. We know they created hip hop to tear at the fabric of the black family. That fabric in the 60s had a few rips in it, but it was 75%. And was beautiful and respectful and hardworking and good neighbors, good friends. And then the government goes and tells the women that we'll give you X amount of dollars for every child you have, but you must be a single mother. The man can't be in the house. Well, whether you're an opportunist or whether you just need to make a decision to survive, the decision is to be a single mother. cut to today, and there's only 25% of that fabric left. And that is hanging by a thread. And they take drugs into the inner city and interest young people with this crack. This is the CIA, folks. We know this. But we just gloss over it as we go on to the next factoid, so that we can impress each other with our vast wealth of knowledge. They brought drugs into the inner city. And then that wasn't enough for them. These Marxist, Satanist, fascist, inbred, weak, frail, double-digit IQ, spoon-fed, blue blood, have your ass wiped for you. Sons of bitches. We're letting them run the show. And we're pointing fingers at each other. We're fighting amongst ourselves. Look at the big cities. Look what we've done, not just in the black communities, but all communities. Look what we've allowed into the suburbs, into the rural areas of our beloved country that we hold so much pride in. And yet we allow drugs to cross our borders unabated. We allow the corrupt CIA to continue to run drugs and humans. Dave, aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid what they might do to you? No. I'm afraid of what I'd do to myself if I did nothing. We're better than them. We're smarter than them. They're running off 100,000-year-old directives that were well thought out, well strategized in their ability to manipulate the human mind to get them to do whatever you want them to do. These are the chemicals you need to get in them from birth. We'll do a vaccine day 1. Day 2, we'll take the blood out of the heel. We'll give them drops in their eyes. We need the blood to see if you're healthy. because we don't have eyes to see, I guess. So they need the blood. From birth, they pummel us day after day, after day after day, week after week, year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation. They pummel us, they torture us, they weaken us, they split us up, they get us to fight against us, and they profit off the entire game because they own everything. No matter what happens, they win. And the only thing that must happen for them to lose is for you and I to take a deep breath and just say, I take responsibility for my life, for the world that I live in, and for the world that I've raised my children in and leave for my grandchildren. I take responsibility for that. I take responsibility for me and where I am in my life. And I own that. I own that. And I say, I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better than I ever have, than I ever thought possible. And I'm going to change myself first. So that I may emanate a more beautiful soul, a more beautiful heart, reverberating from our souls. Resonating at a high 700, 800, 900, 1,000 frequency. That elevates everything it touches, everything in its environment. And we step into this ability, this power that by now we must all be convinced exists in order for them to go through all that they do to weaken us. For those hearing my voice that don't get that, here's where we're going to part ways. And I'm just going to ask, just step out of the way. Because there are simple tenets that humanity must agree on and adhere to. And they're common sense. And we should all be held accountable to common sense. Yeah. It's not anything goes. That's anarchy. It's not, I'm going to do whatever. No, we gotta, it's called a civilized society. Well, if we're honest with ourselves, we are living in the most uncivilized era in human history. Prove me wrong. Show me a society that treats its animals the way we do. Show me a society that treats its people worse than we do. Its children, the most innocent. And then, of course, there's the unborn. Show me a society in human history that have given such disregard for human life as this one. And if you're trying to make an argument of certain civilizations that may have been more barbaric or more harmful to humanity, if you're trying to find points to win that argument, you're missing the point. And I'd like you to notice where your mind went. For you to try to prove yourself right and prove me wrong. The point is that it doesn't have to be this way. And that this way is not natural, but we've been conditioned to believe it is. I promise you it's not. I promise you. And if when all this is said and done and I was wrong, I'll be the first to apologize. Well, maybe not the first. You know, if there's a woman who also needs to apologize, and, you know, I'll be a gentleman and let her go first. We can do far better than we are. And we can allow ourselves moments of weakness or moments of failure because it's natural and because there's nothing wrong with it. And by creating that environment, maybe we can make it a little bit easier to say, you know what, I was wrong. I fucked up. I trusted somebody I shouldn't have. But as we point at trusting that somebody, you've got 3 fingers pointing back at the person that made the decision to trust that person. And do we own that? Do we own that so that we might evolve, so that we may grow? Bigger than we ever thought, better than we ever conceived, stronger, so much stronger, and compassionate. Compassion is what takes us over into consciousness, Christ consciousness, Christos. But it's not about Christ, it's about consciousness. A consciousness direct to the Creator. To vibrate with compassion. Compassion for all, whether they act like we want them to or not. That was my jaw. I think it needs oiled. It's been running all night. We're at a crossroads in human history. The decisions we make matter. How we treat those we love, that matters. Let us not be sloppy in that treatment. Let us not allow the pains from our childhood echo into pains of the present. And we can start, I think, a good place to start might be to just forgive ourselves. Forgive ourselves. We ask God to forgive us our trespasses. Why can't we ask ourselves to forgive us our trespasses? We're doing the best we can with what we have. We're doing the best we can with what we have. Forgive me my trespasses. This, my inward journey, I take. It's very personal. And I do it because I've been to a very dark place. And I've returned. And I'd like to just wave you down and say, hey, you got a minute? And maybe keep you from taking a similar journey. But to share the wisdom from that journey. So that we might gain the wisdom without the lengthy travel. This fight every year, coming up on 2 decades, and I know many before me. It makes one weary. And I say this to all those who feel weary or have felt weary, because we are all at different times in different places of our journey. And so I meet you there with mine. There is a place that we all love individually. Places from childhood, places from traveling with your love, places you take your dog, your pets. There are beautiful places that exist that we've experienced. And I envision a world where we have those experiences more often. Like really quality experiences that every human being will be allowed to experience. All we have to do is step away from scarcity. We don't need to think of the world in the competitive notion that has been beaten into us with board games and leagues and tournaments and soccer and football and basketball and spelling bees and student council races and all these things which are wonderful, but also every one of them is in a cage of scarcity because there's only one winner. Well, I get that. But if that's like real, why do you have to artificially create these situations of competition? You know, there's that story of the African tribe. And there were like 15 children or something. The numbers don't matter, but the point will stay with you, I believe, as it has me. There were 15 children, but there were only 10 ice cream bars over at that truck over there. And instead of running to see who the first 10 were going to be that got an ice cream bar, they all held hands and skipped over together and got the bars and passed them around and broke them up and shared them with one another. And when one of the young boys was asked, why didn't you run over to make sure you got one for yourself? And he said, what am I going to do? Sit and enjoy an ice cream bar while my friend sits and watches me? We've been conditioned to step on each other for an ice cream bar. Excuse the delay. My trance, if you will, of that stream of consciousness that I feel just went through me. Come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. That's Mr. Whiskers. He's telling me it's time for bed. And he's right. But I got on a bit of a roll because it came to me tonight, as it comes many nights. Many, many nights I have spent speaking into my phone, going back whenever I started doing it, 16, 17, 18 years ago. And that's what I'm doing now. As if I'm out of storage. The energy gets pent up in that phone. It gets pent up in my computer. But if it reaches out and rests upon you in a way that heals you, warms you, strengthens you, it's all about you. After all that, it's all about you. It's about all of us, isn't it? It's about balance, isn't it? It's about strength. And yet it's about peace. They're old tricks. We must see to it that they don't work anymore. We must see to it that their old tricks don't work anymore. And it's really, really, I can't tell you how easy it is. It's so easy, I can't tell you. Ocean liners need hectares of water to turn around. Airliners need thousands of cubic yards, miles of air to turn around. cars. Couple yards, couple 100 feet, maybe. Bikes, couple yards. Four-legged animals, 2 steps. Two-legged mammals, 1 step to turn around and go the other direction. We say I was wrong about this thing or that thing, but we pick things that matter, not which team to follow. We pick things that matter. And we challenge ourselves and our knowledge about those things, and we look for sources outside of the ones that are spoon-fed to us. And we look at it from a different angle. We look for a motive that might be behind the realizing that we've been lied to. So we look for the motive of why. Cui bono, who benefits? And we just answer question after question after question, very matter-of-factly, don't need to get all emotional, and we just get to the bottom of the things that matter. And we say to ourselves, when we realize that the truth is not what we were told in school, in business, in life, in charity, in every walk of life, we've been told things. We've been programmed. So we realize that, and we make the decisions that shift us from that reality. We have an honest conversation with ourselves. We say, I was wrong. We forgive ourselves. We realize we were doing the best we could. We thought we were doing the right thing by being intellectual and making sure that we got our news from all these different outlets that are unique. And then we find out later that they aren't, and that they actually have an agenda that does not benefit humanity. Imagine that. And imagine your outrage at me for pointing that out instead of the outrage of the people that lied to you about that. We are shifting. We are shifting. Do you feel that? Do you know that? Do you believe that we are capable of charting a different path, charting a different way of living, transparency, accountability? Imagine a world where those two things were the most important and revered part of our civilization. Imagine that world. Whoa. Whoa. And by the way, when I say imagine that world, it's a question and it's a statement. I'm asking you if you can imagine that world, and then I'm asking you, imagine that world. Will you do that? Will you imagine that world every morning when you wake up and every night when you go to sleep? Will you imagine yourself more calm and delightful to be around? Will you imagine yourself more forgiving of yourself and others? Will you imagine a beautiful connection and relationship with a person that you love after you apologize and ask for forgiveness, even if you weren't at fault? Who are we harming by holding a grudge? Who are we harming by judging? If you really want to appeal to a selfish nature that resides within you, then you're doing it all wrong. The selfish one the selfish one would do it differently, would reverse that. Because that is the true benefit. I mentioned weary earlier. That we've all grown so weary. Justifiably so. But until we create a world where competition does not have to be created around scarcity, And it just happens naturally in sport. The key is that there'll still be the joy of winning, but there won't be the lack in defeat. Can you imagine that as well? We must imagine the world we want to see. The problem is we've been so conditioned, so beaten down, and grown so weary that it is difficult to imagine anything different. And that's where we get them. Because just like they've programmed our mind, we have the ability to program our own. So we can program that part. And in this final competition for our lives, we must outthink them, and we must no longer partake in our role in the perpetuation of our own enslavement. What does that look like? I will continue to explore. I will continue to share. We must live our lives joyfully. We must find the joy in the little things. We must find the joy in our own solitude. We must find joy in each other. With respect and admiration of our fellow man or woman. We must recognize things for what they are and what they are not. We must call things as they are and not as they would be presented in order to not offend anybody. I find not offending let me rephrase that. I find people who act so as to not offend quite offensive. So, mission failed. What a night it has been, and what a daybreak it will be. Tomorrow, we continue on. And we cover a lot of ground, and we move humanity forward. In love and peace and forgiveness. And imagining our future being better than it's ever been. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out. Got on a bit of a roll tonight. But this is what I do. But this is my first time doing it in front of you at this level, at this pace that I prefer, because it's a conversation and it allows time for you to respond. In your mind or in your heart, to think for yourselves in the space between my words. Anything else is programming. It's the space that makes the music beautiful. Good night.